the UN says that Ukraine supplied 725,000 tons of grain to feed the World Food Program. So that was sent to Afghanistan, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. Welcome back, Alan. It was nice that this was a nice short break, unlike some of the other ones we've had. So it's nice to see you again.
Yes, we are right back online. Michelle, did you do a timestamp?
I did, and we even got in Hawaii time in there too.
That is perfect. We know the time around the world. Michelle, let's go to Alex, and I will retitle the space.
Perfect. Actually, the one thing I should say is I know I mentioned that it's October 14th today. In Kyiv, though, it'd be October 15th already. Is that correct? October 15th. So I wanted to clarify that. And go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking about grain, I think one thing we need to kind of keep in mind is the numbers will be hard to compare. There was the harvest last year was from all over Ukraine. This year, a lot of land area could not be cultivated at all due to occupation, due to mines, due to all kind of stuff, due to shelling. The nation is at war. It's hard to expect, numbers that are comparable in any ways. We could probably say how much of grain available was exported versus last year, like available for export. That would probably be a better indicator. But at the same time, I would not be surprised if this is probably half of the amount the year before. Not surprised at all. Another thing is, with the end of grain deal, pretty much Ukraine has started exporting other stuff too, because grain deal only provided kind of secure channel, more or less secure, with all those problems that Russia was causing, but only for grain. Now Ukrainians are, there is also iron ore and other stuff that traditional export items for Ukraine. And this year it's kind of trade. There are containers, there is like other kind of dry bulk products. So it's, and another thing which this really opened or freed Ukrainian hands to pretty much go after Russian Black Sea Fleet. And honestly, the best security is less ships Russians have, less free they feel, and the less impunity they have to operate like pirates in Black Sea, more secure the sea navigation is. I'm sorry to state that, but pretty much less Russian ships in Black Sea is the best security guarantee for free navigation. There are also airplanes, but so far doesn't look like Russian airplanes have been very helpful in terms of piracy, and that's probably a good thing. So, yeah, we will probably not get numbers that are comparable in a meaningful way. I wouldn't be surprised to see that the number of grain per se exported is probably half or even less than the number before. So, but not due to lack of, efforts from Ukrainian side, but due to kind of war altogether. Thank you.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Perhaps it is only 50%. But one of the things which you've highlighted there, if, as you said, the best way to protect the grain is to prevent any incursion from the Eastern Black Sea, then therefore that requires a military response. So just have a pause for a moment and think about, so how do you take that protection of critical national infrastructure within the governmental hierarchy, then it has to flow into the military chain of command for it to be considered as part of the naval campaign as one of the secondary or tertiary effects. Quite rightly, as highlighted there, keep whacking Sevastopol and anything that dares to poke its nose west, primary effort. But what's the secondary and tertiary? Well, it denies the Russians access to the merchant sea lanes. Great, tick. The planning to be able to translate the governmental need into an outcome that has to be factored into the naval campaign of the integrated theatre plan. Can you see the complexity? This is why we have people who just spend the majority of their military lives with wet towels wrapped around their heads, trying to figure out how you can maximize the effects within a military campaign while taking into account other aspects of the comprehensive approach which Ukraine is taking to deter and ultimately defeat Russia over.
Alex, did you want to continue here?
No, I'll probably pass.
I think you're breaking up there, Alex.
Yeah, we have lost Alex's audio. I do want to ask folks to please retweet this space. Help us rebuild the audience we had before the crash. I've sent out a couple of tweets. Like them, retweet them. It should also give you a way to join and listen, or join and speak as you wish. So, Michelle, I missed that last bit of Bearded's comment. I apologize for that.
Alex, you have them mic open.
Yeah, that's Alex. It becomes a little busy with thumbs and fingers after a crash, Michelle, doesn't it? I'm surprised I haven't muted everyone, but I haven't yet.
I was just going to say that as well. I don't know how many times I try and bring someone up and I mute everyone by accident. I also just wanted to remind everybody that we are in the middle of a fundraiser right now for metal detectors for Ukraine. So when you get an opportunity, if you have a chance, please feel free to donate. And Alan did put it up in the nest. So it's up there right now. And there's a great video showing what some of the metal detectors can do for Ukraine.
Yeah, get more information about this particular fundraiser. It's the only tweet in the nest right now, so it's easy to find. But I will say that a donation for demining equipment is a donation that will work for years and years to come in Ukraine. It could work for as long as a decade to come, because the more than 10 million mines of all kinds that Russia has spread across the Ukrainian landscape need to be found. They need to be defused. If this isn't accomplished, and Ukraine is making a heroic effort to demine areas of Ukraine already, but if this isn't done, then lives will be taken by Russian mines in Ukraine for years and years to come. I mean, stop and think about it. A Ukrainian child who hasn't even been born yet could be on a forest path, or helping his father or grandfather on a farm, step on a mine, lose his or her life, or be crippled for life. So this is a really important fundraiser that we're doing right now to send needed demining equipment, metal detectors, to Ukraine to find and defuse these Russian mines behind the lines where they threaten Ukrainian civilians, especially Ukrainian children. So please think about that when you go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, or click on the first and only tweet up in the nest and follow the links. Be as generous as you can be. And thanks. Michelle, back to you.
So what a week it's been, Alan. I just think about how much the world has changed just in the last week, and all the tragedies and just the devastation that we saw last Saturday. And one of the stories I wanted to share, because one of our regular speakers, Chief Rabbi of Ukraine, Moshe Asman, he decided to leave and go to Israel. So I don't know, did you see this video that he just shared? I think it might have been today.
I've seen some of his videos. I don't think I've seen any videos he shared today, but Rabbi Osman is an inspiring man.
He really is. I've been watching a lot of his videos over the last couple of days. And this one, he describes how on Friday he found himself under heavy rocket fire. And he had gone to Ashkelon, which is one of the cities that borders Gaza. And he had talked about just being under heavy fire. And he said he thought about Ukraine and Israel and the people that are living in both countries. And they share one common tragedy. There's a territory that has decided that they want to kill civilians. And he just said, no matter how powerful the darkness, the Almighty is with us. And this means that a little light will definitely defeat a lot of darkness. And so I always find his words so powerful and uplifting. And he's such an epitome of the type of person that the world needs right now. So if you don't follow him, give him a follow, because I think, especially despite everything that's been going on and everything that will continue to happen over the next however many days to weeks, maybe longer, hopefully not, that I think we need a lot of light right now.
We do need a lot of light, Michelle. Always at this time of year, as we go through autumn and into winter, and the light fades. We don't need to see the light fading from the world we live in. We don't need to see the light fading from the world we want to live in, the world we want our children to live in. So listen to the rabbi. There's the light you need. Shine your own light by giving to MriyaReport. Just tap on the tweet up in the nest that you can make a significant donation for metal detectors to demine Ukraine. This is a gift that will help for years and years to come.
I agree. So, Alan, I heard that there was some news coming out of Avdiivka. So, is there anything that you have, any updates that you have in that direction?
I will. Chuck Farrer just posted a map of Avdiivka. Earlier today, he posted a map from Kremina. I'll get them both up into the nest. Fighting in Avdiivka continues to be intense. Russia is suffering massive losses in numbers of soldiers and equipment, especially main battle tanks. Ukraine, it seems, fully prepared to meet and turn back these Russian attacks. And these are not uh, insignificant attacks that Russia is launching, but they are suicide attacks. They are assaulting Ukrainians dug in on high ground. They are basically recreating the tactics they used in Bakhmut, and all to the misery of Russian soldiers. So I'll get that map up into the nest. We'll take a look at it, as well as a map from Kremna. But by and large, the news from Ukraine continues to be very positive, very promising. Uh, and we'll take a look at that in just one moment. I'll get that map right up there.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Alan. One of the things I did want to share, though, and I'm sure this has been spoken on probably earlier this week, but you know how much I love my sports. So I did hear that the IOC has decided to suspend the Russian Olympic Committee due to their so-called inclusion of sports organizations in the occupied regions. So I think that's great news. I didn't even know that that was possible. But just hearing that, and it just goes to show that they do whatever they can to try and either cheat the system or push the boundaries as much as they can. So good for the IOC. I know that a lot of us have spoken prior that definitely the IOC could do way more. We could probably not allow Russians and Belarusians compete under a neutral flag or an Olympic flag, whatever that means. However, at least it's one step.
I saw that news too, Michelle. It is one step, and it's a good one. You know, Russia uh, and Belarus have to be cut out from uh, international competition in the Olympics. They also have to be cut out from international organizations of all kinds, including the United Nations. Uh, Russia cannot retain its seat on the Security Council as a state sponsor of terror. This is what Russia is. They cannot occupy this seat in the United Nations simply to block actions that would make the world safer and more secure, and actually open a way towards peace. Well, what is that first step towards peace? It's Russia withdrawing every single Russian soldier and piece of equipment from occupied Ukraine, including Crimea, because we all know Crimea is Ukraine. Uh, take all of your soldiers home, Vladimir Putin. And then let's talk about the reparations that you owe to the Ukrainian people. And then let's talk about what Russia needs to stop doing, sowing division and doubt uh, and um, and violence all over the world. And we'll see if you're if you've been rehabilitated or can rehabilitate yourselves to rejoin the international community. We'll just see about that.
Well, it's really interesting because we've been in this space now for almost 600 days. I think it's been 599 days since Russia has invaded Ukraine. And I think for all of us, we've been hearing over and over how much influence Russia has not not just by invading Ukraine, but also throughout the rest of the world in a negative way. And it's interesting because today there was a rocket that exploded, or a rocket that went into Israel by Syria. So you kind of wonder as well, like, how, I mean, we all know that there's a Russian influence in Syria too. So how much behind what's happening in the Middle East right now, how much of an influence there is from a Russian perspective too, let alone Iran and, well, mostly Iran. So as much as I think sometimes I think I've thought in the past, all these incidences have been isolated, there's definitely no coincidences and they're all more interrelated than I think what definitely myself and I'm sure many others have thought in the past.
Exactly, Michelle. So, excuse me, uh, I'm drinking coffee, and it was a little too hot there. So, you were asking about what's happening on the battlefield. I've put Chuck Ferrer's uh, maps up in the nest. The first map is Kremna. That's from earlier today. But again, around Kremna, where Russia has attempted some pretty significant uh, attacks on Ukrainian positions, Ukraine again has repelled them. This is largely because Ukraine occupies favorable terrain, the high ground, and because the terrain around Kremna is is pretty disadvantageous to any force launching an attack from the east, and this is how Russians are trying to get into Liman. There's a pretty extensive industrial forest to the south. There's a waterway that runs north and south, and there's high ground on the west of this waterway. That's where Ukrainian forces are positioned. The second map up in the nest, again, it's one of Chuck's maps. This is the map of Avdiivka. We've heard a lot of news from Avdiivka. None of it good for the Russians, all of it good for the Ukrainians. But the fighting in and around Avdiivka is as brutal and intense as the fighting that went on in Bakhmut months and months ago. Russia is attempting to surround Avdiivka. Uh, this is what they attempted to do in Bakhmut as well. Why has Russia chosen to launch this very concerted attack on Avdiivka? This is a suburb of the city of Donetsk. It's because Vladimir Putin gave the Russian military until December 31st to advance to the oblast border of Donetsk Oblast. In order for the Russians to do that, they have to advance through Avdiivka. I don't see the Ukrainians allowing that to happen.
No, I wouldn't think so either. And just to add to that as well, and I'm sure anyone who's looking at Chuck's map right now can see this as well. He mentions the losses that the Russians experienced in the last 24 hours, and they exceeded 1,000 KIA, 26 main battle tanks, 49 infantry fighting vehicles, and 44 artillery systems. So that's a huge loss for them. I mean, that's like boohoo, but that's a lot. So if this continues, we're definitely going to hear more positive news coming out of that area.
These are not the largest daily losses that Russia has suffered, but they are among the largest. They are certainly the largest in terms of destroyed main battle tanks, destroyed artillery emplacements, and armored infantry vehicles. The the number of soldiers killed in action or wounded uh, is, I mean, 1,000 a day. It's either exceeding 1,000 a day or approaching 1,000 a day. These are near record Russian losses, mostly occurring around Avdiivka, also around Bakhmut, and also around Kopani. I know of no place on the front line right now where Russia is succeeding. And I think that's also important to note. They attack, they try to bite ground and hold it, but they can't hold it. And this is regardless of the superiority they have in the air. But Ukraine is now achieving superiority of artillery fire. That could be even more important than the superiority that Russians have in the air. And remember, in just the last week, Ukrainians have shot down 2 Su-25 Russian fighters. I think both over Avdiivka.
Question for you, Alan. Oh, sorry to cut you off there. And do you have a sense, and if you don't, someone else on the panel might, how many that the Russians actually have in that area? Because, I mean, to your point, 1,000 is a lot.
Well, I don't know the total number of Russian troops in either Avdiivka or Kreminna. I only know, as Chuck has pointed out on bullet points Tuesday and Thursday nights, that Russians do have a superiority of forces in the northeast, in Kreminna and in Donetsk. These are also Russian forces that can most easily be supplied. 2 important points. But what the Russians don't have are favorable positions to fight from or to advance from, either in Kreminna or in Avdiivka. I think there will be a lot more news coming out of Avdiivka in the next few days. What's happening in Kreminna is a defensive stand by Ukraine, and a usually disorganized attempt to advance by Russia. Again, Russia does have superiority of forces here in the Northeast. Ukraine has local knowledge and really well fortified positions on defense or on the heights.
Thanks so much, Alan. So we'll go to some hands. I can't remember if it was G-Man first or IT fella. Let's go G-Man and then IT fella.
And thanks, Michelle and Alan. Welcome up. Well, you've been up for a while, but good to see you here. This is the MriyaReport. I'm just looking at the Avdiivka access map. This is what Russia's trying to do here, is a combined arms attack on multiple fronts. Now, I don't know either how many they have in that area. I'm trying to sort of think up. There was some when I was going through the ISW stuff, there was some lists of units that were involved. I'm going to say there's probably 20,000 Russian troops, maybe more. But if I compare the first day of that battle, well, actually, let's go back a bit. Over the 4 or 5 days that they've been attacking this axis, they must have lost close on 5,000 men, well over 100 main battle tanks, more than 200, probably close to 300 infantry fighting vehicles, and probably about 200 artillery pieces as well, or systems. Even in the manpower, if you're losing 1,000 a day, that's serious drain of manpower. The worst battle, the worst loss that the British Army suffered in the Battle of the Somme in 1916 was 20,000 killed. but that was on quite a broad front, and there were hundreds of thousands of British troops involved in that battle. So the ratio must be much higher in this one. So that's all I'll say. Chuck's maps are great, and we're just seeing the result of this. The Ukrainians have been dug in at this location since 2014, and I know that some of the Russian bloggers on Telegram have been talking about this, and in fact, there was an account of a Russian volunteer, talking about the action and how it's just like his words, I think, slapping your head off a brick wall repeatedly, and expecting something to happen. Just foolishness, but the orders have come down from on high, and it has to be done. So that's interesting. Just one thing, Alan and Michelle, if I can talk about my petition, and if I could petition you for permission to put it in the nest. This is a petition to the UK Parliament for support for Ukraine, about 1,081 signatures, I think it is right now. So ticking along, on its way to 10,000. Thanks.
Absolutely, G-Man. I have actually bookmarked your petition, but it's probably easier for you to find it and put it in the nest than for me to find it and put it in the nest, because my bookmarks are just filled to the brim with all kinds of news from today and earlier in the week. So I see it's in the nest now. It's the first tweet. Michelle put it in the nest for you, G-Man. You owe Michelle some applause here, because she has this kind of stuff at her fingertips, and I only have fat thumbs.
No, not at all. I have fat thumbs too. It was because G-Man's post was in the comments. I was able to find it really quickly. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, I have, fat fingers and everything else as well.
It's there twice. I think we both got it at the same time, Michelle.
Oh yeah, that's great. I'll delete one of them. Go ahead, IT fella.
Yeah, I think G-Man just went over it, but the last 4 days, Russia has lost about just shy of 4,000 troops, about 3,800 over that 4-day stretch, not including today. So we'll see. And basically what it is it's the Russians' habit of every time Ukraine takes any amount of territory or a town at all, Russia immediately counterattacks. And Ukraine knows this. They did the same thing last year when they spent quite a while, up around 900 to 1,000 a day, for the same reason. The Russians they're stupid the way they fight. Like Ukraine knocks them out of, and it doesn't matter where it's been in Ukraine. They take back a town or an area, and the next day, Russia is counterattacking. So all Ukraine has to do is make it look like they're making a move somewhere, and then just back off and wait for Russia to counterattack and wipe them out. Unlike the Russians, Ukraine does use its fortifications. So when they know a counterattack is coming, they get in their trenches and get ready and just take them out as they come across an open field. And they've been doing the same thing. Particularly, you can see around Avdiivka, it's obvious. That's exactly what's going on. They're not trying to take, Ukraine isn't trying to move in past Avdiivka. They're just moving at it and getting the Russians to counterattack, and then they wipe them out when they attack. And, the Russians are stupid enough to just keep throwing more and more people at them. And what amazes me is that the Russian troops haven't shot all their commanders yet. Because if I was a Russian troop, that's what I'd be doing. I mean, their best chance of survival is to just take out the commanders and go home. And I'm just wondering how long it's going to take before the rank and file wakes up and realizes that. Because if they do, the Ukrainians won't take out the troops. If in fact, Ukraine has consistently, with leaflets and drones and all kinds of ways, made it quite clear to these guys attacking that they're free to surrender anytime, and they'd actually be much better off surrendering. They'll be better taken care of as Ukrainian prisoners of war than they ever will be either in the Russian army or even as Russian prisoners. At least they'll get a warm place to sleep and food. Anyway, that's it. It's just, yeah, it's Russian commanders are insisting on this incessant counterattacking policy. They don't know how to fall back and retrench. They just keep counterattacking. And Ukraine long ago figured out how to make use of that to their own benefit. They're just, as they counterattack, they take them out. So it doesn't really matter how many troops Putin, mobilizes. And you can tell Putin's having a hard time with his mobilizations because he's trickling troops in 10, 20,000 at a time. And at the rate he's doing it, Ukraine is attriting them. I mean, I've been keeping track. My current bet is whether or not they'll make it to 300,000 by Halloween. And at the rate they're going to. It's going to be close, but I think they can make it. We'll see. What's interesting is the Russians, just I think it was yesterday, posted a higher level of casualties than Ukraine is claiming. So given that their numbers coming from Russia, I dismiss them out of hand because they're incapable of doing anything other than lying. But what is clear is that the figures we get from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense are quite close to accurate. As close to accurate as you could expect to be under the conditions they're working in. I don't expect them to be 100% accurate, but I'm willing to bet they're within 5%. It's what we get from the MOD every day. And we're over 280,000 now. I think it's about 286,000, something like that, through yesterday. So it's getting there. I think they'll make 300,000 by Halloween, as long as this nonsense around Avdiivka continues for another week and a half, 2 weeks. They'll be there.
Well, one statistic that Ukraine cannot get about dead Russian soldiers, the number of Russian soldiers who die from lack of medical care, who either die on the battlefield or are not evacuated by Russian units, or are taken to hospitals behind the front lines, and there's inadequate medical care there. So
that's a good point. That may well be why they're almost 100,000 ahead of what Ukraine is publishing, and that may be exactly what the difference is. They're counting troops that died, not on the battlefield, but in the hospital or on the way to the hospital.
the one aspect of what we're talking about here, IT fella, is that in so many places of occupied Ukraine, and this includes Donetsk, it includes Mariupol and Melitopol. The Russians essentially commandeer Ukrainian hospitals. I mean, these are Ukrainian hospitals, but they're hospitals there to serve Ukrainians in occupied Ukraine. But Russia commandeers them. They move Ukrainian patients out of the hospitals so that they can move wounded Russian soldiers into the hospitals. Additionally, in Luhansk and Donetsk, occupied Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts, the Russians are refusing medical care to Ukrainians who have not exchanged their Ukrainian passport for a Russian passport. And this, of course, is a war crime, and it is an aspect of Russian brutality of occupation.
I was just going to say, just another war crime. At this point, they've committed so many thousand war crimes, I don't think it has any impact on them anymore. The hubris in that country is so massive, they just have no consideration for human life, period. If you're not an oligarch, you don't matter.
And even then, you don't matter that much. Stay away from open windows. Fella who bonks and knows
Exactly.
things. Welcome, and go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. You all were talking about the daily losses, and I go off the just it maybe just be a little simplistic, but I go off the Defense EU numbers they post every morning. And my God, I just went back and added up the last 3 days, and the Russians have lost over 100 tanks, and I'm talking tanks, not BMPs, BTRs, APCs. They've lost. I can add it up, but it's 150, 200. This is Volmodar 2.0 and then some. They've really just kind of had Prigozhin hold their beer as far as how stupid could they get. I mean, I think they take it as a challenge, though. I really do. Because, like IT fella said, with them and war crimes and stupidity, they pretty much just, I guess the common phrase for them is just add it to my tab. But they don't care. They will keep throwing bodies until they can't throw them anymore, and then that's when Ukraine punches through. And I think he had a very good point about how he's trickling in the Mobics. I think we all remember, and not all of them even make it to the front line. I think we all remember, was it April or May? There was a train of Mobics in Donetsk that had a encounter with Mr. HIMARS, and we never really got casualty totals that got added to the official list out of that. But couple Gimler's rockets and thin-skinned passenger trains. I can't imagine anybody inside those train cars had a good time. And we don't get to actually find out how many. So that 286 IT fella, I guarantee you they are well over 300 already. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I also just put a tweet in the nest looking at the last 31 days of Russian losses. So even as Ukraine fights this counteroffensive from the summer and now in the fall, the war of attrition that they are inflicting on Russia continues simultaneously. In fact, it is this war of attrition that enables the Ukrainian counteroffensive to move forward more confidently, and especially in the Orkiv salient. This is south of the city of Orkiv, between the villages of Kopani in the west and Verbove in the east. As Ukraine expands this salient, advances south through Zaporizhia Oblast, they are coming closer and closer to Tokmak, which is a central logistics hub for the Russians. It's already under Ukrainian fire. and as they approach Tokmak, Melitopol, another critical logistics hub for the Russians, will be under fire by the Ukrainians. And this means every east-west railway the Russians need to supply frontline troops will be under fire and under observation by Ukrainian partisans. This is going to be, regardless of weather, and rain is coming to Ukraine this fall. Temperatures are hovering overnight around freezing, so 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That may be getting up into the mid 50s or low 60s at best. And this is throughout the area of Ukraine, say from Sumy and Kharkiv, around the corner through Donetsk to Kyiv. It's growing colder. The rains are coming. I don't think this will affect the Ukrainians as much as it will affect the Russians. There is so much misery on the way for Russian soldiers this fall and this winter. Ukraine is going to take advantage of all of that misery.
Absolutely. And I know a fella who bonks, an IT fella, had some really great points just around the deaths. And I'm curious as well, because I remember there was that hotline number that Russian soldiers could call if they wanted to give up, per se. So I'm wondering if anyone has any sense of how many have actually called into that number hotline, because to all of your points, more and more Russians are dying on a daily basis. And interesting enough too, like when we look at the data, the numbers that are reported are from the Russian side are really only the ones who they've provided death certificates to the families for. So you have Wagner, the Wagner mercenaries, and perhaps other groups where there's a lot of deaths. I think with Wagner, it's about 20,000 or so. And I don't know how many would have been provided death certificates to those family members. So the numbers obviously are much higher than what Russia's reporting too.
Let's go to IT fella, Michelle.
That's a good point, Michelle, because not just Wagner, but all the different PMC groups that Putin has fighting in there with the troops, none of them are included in any of his figures. They don't. None of them are included in the MOD's figures from Russia. They don't get death benefits from the government. They don't get payroll. They're just not included. So, however many of them have been killed, will not be included in Russia's figures. And the Ukraine MOD's figures will only include deaths that they count on the battlefield. So they don't include anybody like Alan was saying that have been taken off to the hospital. And what they will include that Russia probably doesn't is all the casualties that Ukraine picks up off the battlefield, because Russia doesn't do a very good job of picking up their dead and wounded either. So that's another thing that's going to add up. I think the other thing that's going to be interesting this winter is Ukraine is getting much better mechanized this year than they were last year. You've got things like that Franken Sam mobile air defense vehicle. I mean, it's basically like a Humvee with a SAM with a surface air missile launcher on the back of it. It looks like it launches 2 at a time or something. That thing is. I was reading about that today. That's an incredible device. They put that together with the DoD, and it's a deadly accurate missile. The problem with it is that while it is extremely accurate and highly effective, they also cost about $1 million a shot. So it's the kind of thing they're going to want to use restrict to using on planes. But I think they need more of them because they should be able to, if they had like 50 of those, they should be able to pretty well stop the bombing that's been going on nightly. All these air attacks that the Russians are pulling, they should be taking out every plane that flies over Ukraine, not just one or two a week. And that's starting to bother me. The other thing that I found curious recently was I noticed in this recent offensive on Avdiivka, they're using helicopters. And I'm not seeing Ukraine shoot down helicopters, which makes me wonder what's happened to their availability of manpad stingers. They used to have a lot of them, but they don't seem to be using them recently. I'm kind of curious as to what's going on there because they should be able to pick off those helicopters easily. I mean, they're all the missiles, pretty much all the manpads and air defense missile systems that Ukraine has, they're all guided. And particularly the Frankensam is a highly accurate guided missile. It's just not going to miss. It's one of the types that has multiple systems, inertial and infrared, and I don't think it's visual, but GPS. That's what it was. It's GPS, inertial, and infrared guided. So it just doesn't miss, and it doesn't care what the weather is doing outside either. And I think they may need more of those. I know they have a few, but that may be a case. But that's a fairly recent development, so that may be a classic case where the U.S. has, provided them with two, and they need, 200. So we'll see what happens there. But in general, it's on a truck that should be able to work well in the winter, and should help them out this winter. But we'll see. It's just they have gotten much better mechanized. Plus, they're getting a lot more. They have a lot more IFVs this winter than they did last. All the Bradleys have come in, and all the stuff they got from the Nordic countries, the CV90s and other varieties of IFVs that they've gotten. That's a big improvement over what they had to get through last winter. So it's going to be interesting to see. Like Budanov has said, Budanov has already said he doesn't plan to stop this winter. And I think the Russians are going to be forced to hunker down in their trenches, but Ukraine is not going to have that restriction. So things are only going to get worse from the Russians from here. It's just a matter of getting MAGA out of the way so Biden can continue the flow through DOD. And even as it is, I think he's doing pretty well. Beg your pardon?
Is Deb sleeping?
Let me go see. I don't think so.
We knocked a few times.
She,
We called her and we texted
oh,
her.
I assumed you were out here talking to her. Let me go.
No.
I'm in the middle of something on here.
I understand,
I gotta
IT
go.
fella. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your good comments. This is one of the things about MriyaReport. We're here talking about real life in Ukraine, but sometimes real life all around us also leaks in here at MriyaReport. We've had speakers speaking while changing diapers, while cooking dinner, while keeping a pig happy, and this pig is a pet, while taking baths. I try to do one thing here, Michelle. I try to talk and really keep the conversation going and not do much else. And still, you might wonder when speakers are speaking on and my mic is muted, what am I doing? I could be making a snack. I could be looking up more information. I could be taking the trash out, but I try to keep that all muted. And I've done all those things.
I can't multitask very well, so I basically sit here. Sometimes I look up information, but that's about it. I will make a snack every once in a while too. And actually, it reminds me of the few times we've had some of the speakers on our panel have their mic on and snore. Do you remember that? That was I think pretty early on. We've had Axel snoring. We've had a few other people snoring, and I don't want to mention some of the other things as well. But the snoring always comes to mind. I think one day we need to have a best of Maria report that comes out.
Oh, I don't even want to think of the outtakes, Michelle. And those outtakes would for sure be kept private. It's not just sneezing and burping. It is snoring, but that was a long time ago. We're a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week space. It takes a lot of folks coming up here for hours at a time at all times of day and night. And some of our co-hosts are not here in the daytime. We're here in the wee hours of the night just because we have to be, and just because we support Ukraine that much. So I've seen some additional news about Ukrainian citizens. There are 207 Ukrainians who have been evacuated from Israel and are on a Ukrainian plane headed back to Ukraine. There are additional Ukrainian citizens and citizens from countries all over the world who remain in Gaza, who are stranded in Gaza. There are Ukrainians there, there are Americans there, Canadians, as I say, people from all over the world. And there is work ongoing to open a safe way to evacuate these citizens, including Ukrainians. It's not going to be easy, but we hope it can be achieved overnight.
Yeah, let's hope so for sure.
To Peter S., please.
Yeah, I think, Alan, it was, I know EasyJet to go to Tel Aviv. They stopped nearly a week ago doing flights to into Israel. But interestingly enough, I've used a company called LunaJets, who are kind of based in Switzerland. And, if we've had to put a flight together for other people or etc., which we couldn't do, you would call in somebody else. And I've worked with LunaJets, and they are doing evacuation flights. So I mean that's private jets, they're not kind of big airlines, but I presume these will be the airlines are not flying in there now, so it'd be hard to get people out other than through evacuation flights, which I presume the governments cover those and cover the the insurance, etc. Just one question: do you know what the break? We talk about Russian troops. How many are actually Russian troops, and how many are from outside? Do we know the breakdown of the type of people that they're using there at the moment?
So I'm not sure I understand your question, Peter. When you're asking how many are Russian troops, where exactly where are you talking about specifically?
I just wondered what sort of people that Putin is using at the moment, because we know before he used Wagner, and he used people out of the prisons, etc., for who are basically meat in the waves they sent through. Are they using the same tactics, or what are they doing? I mean, do you know where they're getting these troops from?
So it appears it's pretty much the same mix of Russian soldiers everywhere you look on the front. Probably the best trained Russian soldiers. So these are VDV units uh, and professional Russian soldiers. And Peter, mute your mic if you can, so there's no feedback here. These professional, best trained Russian soldiers are up in the Northeast, so around Kremina and around Donetsk City and at Advivka. I think it is more a mix in Zaporizhia of VDV and mobilized units or penal units. And the way the Russians use these units on the front wherever possible, but especially in the Orkiv salient, the mobilized units are in the center. There are VDV units on the left and the right of those mobilized units, with the expectation that they will run away, they'll retreat, they'll collapse. And then the VDV units from the right and the left are expected to counterattack the advancing Ukrainians. This is actually a fighting doctrine that the Nazis used during World War II to great effect because they were so well trained. And so the very best Nazi troops were to the right and the left of a unit that was expected to collapse. And the Nazi troops on the right and the left were given the mission of counter-attacking almost immediately. I think this is the tactic that we see Russians using in Zaporizhia Oblast, not so much up in Kremina and Avdiivka.
Okay, thanks. Just a couple of other questions. Have we heard, have we heard what's happened with the aircraft that Ukraine are waiting for? I mean, it is what we discussed last night, that it must be the only kind of modern war where Ukraine have had to fight this offensive without air cover. I know kind of in Iraq, there were thousands of sorties before the troops went in, and missiles to prepare the ground to secure the troops. And Ukraine have kind of fought this with no air force to talk of, and no navy. So what they've done is just unbelievable. It's how they've kind of adapted and used drones and technology. I feel really sorry for them. I just wish we had kind of given them everything they needed much earlier on. But have we heard any more information on the fighter aircraft, how many are going to go there, if we'd ever really know, and how the training is going on?
Well, we have heard, Peter, that training of Ukrainian pilots on F-16s is ramping up in speed. So in Tucson, Arizona, Ukrainian pilots are expected to step into F-16s this coming week. So in other words, they're leaving the simulators behind, getting into the cockpits of F-16s with American trainers, and honing their skills as F-16 fighter pilots. This is happening this week in the United States. There's additional F-16 training that's going on in Romania. Romania has also taken on Ukrainian pilots to speed up English language lessons. The Ukrainian pilots need some basic English language in order to fly F-16s, to understand controls, to understand manuals, and to continue their training. So training is proceeding apace. Denmark, the Netherlands have added to the number of F-16s that will be delivered to Ukraine to be flown by Ukrainian pilots. It's not happening this week, but I think the first F-16s will be in the air over Ukraine, flown by Ukrainian pilots pretty early in 2024. And that's just the timetable that we're on right now. There's not much that can be done to speed it up.
Yeah, my last question is a bit more light. How on earth do you manage to keep the conversation going when you're you know, it's a bit like when you go out on a date, first date with somebody, and you're kind of petrified that you're suddenly going to run out of things to say, or you're going to get dead patches where there's suddenly silence. How do you keep the conversation going, Alan?
Well, I'll tell you, Peter, it's much easier to keep the conversation going here on MriyaReport than it is on a date. I've never been very good at that, but here at MriyaReport, I just try to be able to talk about anything and everything with anybody and somebody, with experts and amateurs like me. It's easy to keep the conversation going on MriyaReport because we all support Ukraine. We all find Ukraine in our hearts. And when you speak from your heart, then the conversation can go on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with speakers from all around the world who know that Ukraine is fighting for all of us as much as they are fighting for their future, for their freedom, and for their sovereign independence. So it's easy to keep any conversation going here, Peter.
Yeah, I suppose also now kind of there isn't as much information coming out, which is a good thing. So I mean that kind of makes us kind of all guessing a lot more. But I think they're doing the right thing with that.
Yeah, operational security is something that Ukraine takes very seriously. And this means controlling the information that's given to the world about how Ukraine is doing on the battlefield. But we have seen plenty of positive news. Again, everywhere you look on the battlefield, whether it's the salient south of Kyiv or the defense that Ukraine is mounting around Kremina and Kupiansk, everything we see is very, very positive for Ukraine. But that also draws your attention to those places on the battlefield where we're hearing nothing. And this might be the south bank of the Dnipro. It might be around Kamyansky, which is well to the west of Orkiv. But there's no lack of positive news coming from the battlefield for Ukraine. It's every single day we see Ukraine winning in a way they haven't won before. And I want to emphasize that winning in a way they haven't won before, shooting more artillery strikes now than the Russians, using drones on the sea and in the air in a way that will overwhelm Russian defenses, opening a safe grain export corridor in the Black Sea, and also continuing to rebuild Ukrainian cities that Russia has attempted to destroy. And so this means strengthening electrical infrastructure, rebuilding bridges in Ukraine that Russia has destroyed, rebuilding residences in Ukraine that Russia has destroyed. This is all taking place in real time at the same time because of the determination of Ukraine. To IT Fella, and then to Green Witch.
Real quick, yeah. One of the things I've noticed recently is there's a flood of videos out with these offensives going on around Orkiv and Avdiivka. We've been getting a lot of videos on Twitter that are coming from Telegram, actually, as they have been routinely taking out not just tanks, but convoys of tanks and BMPs and things. All that hardware that's getting reported in the MOD's daily reports, there's videos of it getting destroyed out there that have been popping up every day. So we have been getting a fair amount of information. It's kind of like the MOD isn't telling us what they're planning to do or what they're about to do. It's just people flying. A lot of it is the army of drones. They don't just send an FPV drone in to nail a tank. They'll have a drone that's monitoring what the FPV drone is doing. So they're actually watching from a higher vantage point what they're doing with their attacking drones and filming that all. And a lot of that video is coming out on the web, so you can see what they're doing. This is probably it's probably one of the first low bullshit wars that's ever happened, because the reporting is going on in real time. It's just not going on through reporters. It's going on, through the devices they're using on the battlefield. So you don't get to see you don't get to hear about what's happening in advance, but you get to see what has happened, as it has just happened. And it's just a different perspective. You can see that you can see the progress Ukraine is making by watching daily what they have just done, which is good to see, because they have been clearly winning recently, not just from troop casualty figures, but the hardware Russia has lost over the last month is just astounding. And Russia will keep. You can tell the Russian attitude is they're going to continue to act like they're fully in charge, and everything's going to plan, and that'll happen right up till the day when there's just nobody left to get out of bed and go fight. So it's going to go straight from this to them giving up, and we're not going to know. The only way we're going to know when that happens is there won't be any more artillery to shoot at the Ukrainians anymore. And
Yeah, I think.
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they're taking they're taking out artillery hand over fist lately. It's just, dozens a day. And a lot of, and you also notice if you're looking at the MOD's numbers, the number of tanks they're knocking out has gone way up. It used to be like, 2 to maybe 5 was a big day. Now we're seeing 20 and 40 a day of tanks getting knocked out. And I think that's because Ukraine has knocked out so many of their artillery tubes that they're now using those old tanks that they keep bringing in, the T-64s and the T-55s and whatever. They're not using those as tanks. They're using them as gun emplacements instead of artillery because they're clearly running out of artillery. And the artillery they do have, it's also clear that they've worn out the barrels. And they don't have the idea of, taking down an artillery piece after it's run off 1,500 rounds to go get a new barrel. They just keep using it. Probably, I suspect, until it blows up in action from overuse. And I think that's another thing they're running into is their artillery is getting increasingly inaccurate and increasingly being effective across a smaller and smaller range because it's just worn out. I don't think they have a whole lot left. And that's why I think it's critical that Ukraine take out this trainload of stuff coming from North Korea. They need to hit that train before it has a chance to unload. And that would really cripple the Russians at this point. Because they're clearly counting on that replacement artillery, the tanks and tubes and everything else it has, the shells. If they can knock that train out, it's gonna definitely put a damper on what anything Russia was planning to do.
Yeah, I totally agree
70
with you there. I think it's
70 carloads of stuff
yeah,
is going to make a difference that even Putin can't ignore.
yeah, and I think when it collapses, it'll collapse like a pack of cards.
Fast, exactly.
And that's why they need to keep the pressure up now, and
Yep.
it will go.
And they are. And in spite of what MAGA is doing in Congress, Biden has made it clear that the flow of material to Ukraine is not going to be interrupted. He basically had them funded well ahead of all this nonsense going on in Congress, so that it can get resolved over the next 3 months. Ukraine shouldn't see an interruption in what they're doing. The only thing that really disturbs me is that it comes out yesterday on Twitter that Ukraine's pilots will be starting training on F-16s this coming week. I mean, it boggles my mind how long that's been delayed. But I commented on Twitter yesterday that by the time they get F-16s, Ukraine will likely have built their own fighters, and it wouldn't surprise me if they do, because they do have the aerospace industry to do it, and they certainly know how. They've built plenty of commercial planes. They could certainly build fighter jets.
They can, IT fella, but what they can do is keep their MiGs and Su-25s in the air. That's what they have now. So just a slight revision to what you say about Ukrainian pilots just now training on F-16s. The training that's taking place in Tucson, Arizona, for example, this coming week is live training. So this is the week that Ukrainian pilots are climbing into the cockpits of F-16s and flying them for real. They've already put in hundreds of hours in F-16 simulators in the US, in Romania, in the UK, but now they are climbing into the cockpits and learning how to fly F-16s for real. The first F-16s, I am pretty confident, will arrive in Ukraine and be flown by Ukrainian pilots over the battlefield in January. And that's, it's too late, but it's not far from now.
It is too late. It should have been. It should have been 9 months ago. I mean, there's really no excuse for that. I just, I don't understand what Biden is thinking in that regard on what the holdup has been. I mean, they were in simulators on F-15s a year and a half ago. And, so this business of being on, and these guys are pilots. I mean, most of them speak English pretty well already. So this whole everything we've been hearing for the last 6 months is a smokescreen. I frankly, I dismiss it. It's not. It's excuses. It's time to let them fly planes. I mean, these guys have been flying fighter jets for going on 10 years now in this war. This war started in 2014, and they were flying MiGs and Sukhois back then. So it's not like they don't know how to fly. And the only thing they have to adapt to is a heads-up display, which I'm sure if you've ever done any gaming, it doesn't take a year and a half to pick up on a heads-up display versus a dial on the dashboard.
Well, this is true, IT fella, but it's not. It cannot all be put down to delay. Remember that Ukraine needs to decide to send dozens of experienced pilots out of the country, out of the war zone to train on F-16s. So that means there are dozens of Ukrainian pilots experienced, not available to fly the air sorties that might be needed on any given day.
That's true.
So there are a lot of moving parts here. Yes, there has been delay in delivering Ukraine everything it needs, including F-16s. But that's not the only decision that needs to be made here.
No, they need a lot more. They need a lot more air defense. It's like we're still dribbling stuff in there. They have what, like 5 Patriots now? They should have 50. Um, things like that. Frankensam. That's an awesome machine. They should have 100 of those, not 5. It's just basically everything. They're feeding everything in. It starts off, well, we'll send them 2, and then 3 months later they get 10, and of something they need 200 of. And it's dragging this war out much longer than it needs to, and it's costing Ukrainian lives, and that's what bothers me. Thousands of people are being killed while we dribble equipment in there, and it also, the other side of that is we're giving Russia time to recover. Every time Ukraine has gone on a major successful kind of offensive, there's this, they run through all their equipment, and then there's this multi-month pause while they wait to get re-equipped, and Russia gets itself dug in, gets more equipment transferred in, and Ukraine isn't in a position to stop the flow of Russian material into Ukraine because they don't have the weapons to do it anymore. It's this whole trickle down, war business has really got to stop. We have the equipment to give them. We need to give it to them.
I don't disagree with you, IT fella. I think that delay did allow Russia to build some a pretty. Oh, that might have been me. Sorry about that. Muted everyone. Hopefully, everyone's unmuted and you can hear me. But the delay allowed Russia to build some pretty good fortifications, to lay more mines. The Sorovkin line. Delay allowed Russia to dig in defensively. No question about that. But and while delivery and decisions have been slow. They, I think, are increasing with a sense of urgency and a renewed sense of momentum that Ukraine is gaining on the battlefield. We can review some of the packages that have been announced for Ukraine just recently from Ramstein 16 and before Ramstein. But I think you will see in the coming months, Ukraine indeed getting everything it needs. So, IT and Peter, I want to take some more hands here. I want to go to Green Witch, to fellow who bonks and knows things, and then back to you, Peter. So, Green Witch, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening or good afternoon, depending where you are. So the thing I wanted to talk about today with you was another part of aviation, because I see the aviation, it's one of the topics of this evening. So I don't know if you discussed about this, but there will be an exercise starting on Monday, which it's called Steadfast Noon. It takes 10 days, and it's an exercise which involves 60 planes, 60 aircrafts from NATO assets, from 13 countries, which simulate defense in case of nuclear attack. This is an exercise which is done every year, and this year will take place above Italy and Croatia. And the people are talking about the message. I will talk about the drills, or the importance of the exercise. So, why are people talking about the message? We are full of politicians, more or less. So politicians are first and foremost paying attention to the message, right? The message you're sending out. What I am paying attention actually is the drill per se. It's done every year, and actually the fact that it is done above every country in Europe, and not only, it's relevant. Why? You cannot see what are your weak points if you don't exercise at least once. And it's important to see for every country which are the weak points, right? The inflection points. Where do you have hiccups, if there are any? How do you collaborate with the others, and so on and so forth? So basically, we prepare, right? We make drills and we prepare, and this is one of the basic things that separates us from Russia. They make drills just to check them on paper and to send the message, but actually the drills are not complete. They are not, how should I put this? Full. When you do a full scale exercise, simulating everything except you don't have the real weapons with you, then you can see, and the purpose of the exercise, the primary purpose of the exercise is not showing Russia how good we are. The primary purpose of this exercise is to make sure we are good. It's to make sure we can collaborate. It's to make sure that 13 countries can actually work together, putting together 60 airplanes and doing something good. So it's a paradigm shift. It's a difference in paradigm in the fabric of the base rationale of this exercise. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it does. The other thing I was going to say, Greenwich, uh, that when an exercise like this is held every year, it's about readiness. You know, the same pilots that flew this exercise last year, uh, or the pilots that flew this exercise last year, are not the same pilots flying it this year. Uh, there are new pilots who need to go through this exercise to be up to speed. The same will be true next year. New pilots entering into the exercise. This is an exercise about readiness, about knowledge and skills. There's no message in it. The only message that might be delivered to Russia or to the world is that NATO pilots and all the NATO air crews on the ground are in full readiness to do what is needed of them. I think this is true about almost all the NATO exercises I know anything about or have witnessed, whether it's the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, the Marines, troops, pilots, mechanics, support folks of many nations, because this exercise doesn't only take place in the air, it takes place on the ground as well. It's every aspect of putting 60 planes in the air for a specific mission. Um, and you're right, Greenwich. This is the difference between the professional military that NATO countries are able to field and the pathetic military that Russia has tried to threaten the world with.
100%. 100%.
And Greenwich, it's good to see you again. You said good afternoon and good evening, but you didn't say good morning. I happen to know that you are in morning hours already.
Well, I don't know. 2 o'clock in the morning is not exactly morning. It's if I didn't went to sleep, it's not morning yet. It's still, I don't know, evening, night, maybe. Yeah. Oh, not yet morning. I need to sleep for it to be morning.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us again, Greenwich. It's always good to hear you. You are one of the voices I recognize here on MriyaReport. And you know, after a year of doing this, there are 100 people who I've never met, whose voices I recognize. And I just think that's a little crazy.
You know, the fun exercise that I do is that I listen on YouTube lately for more often than here on Twitter. So I don't actually see. Here I can see who's speaking, right? On YouTube you don't. You just hear the voices. So it's really fun to try to recognize, or sometimes I'm 100% sure who's talking. So I think that's fantastic, and that says something, because we actually, how long is it? 1.5 years, more than that, since we listen to each other. So yeah, we should recognize our voices.
It's almost 600 days now, Greenwich, and I also know voices I haven't heard from in weeks or months, and these are individuals who were frequent speakers here at MriyaReport. Some of them, many of them, Ukrainians, and I don't always have a way of learning about what they're doing or where they are. So it's the voices I hear and recognize that hearten me. It's the voices I haven't heard lately that worry me. I think you know what I mean.
Well, I'm sure some people have found ways to help Ukraine, off off the record, if that makes sense. And also, we might miss them, but life sometimes comes into place, into the play, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Michelle, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say, absolutely right. And life gets in the way sometimes of being on the space and listening in. But everyone knows that we are here 24/7. And so no matter what's going on in our lives, just know that we're still here. I think it's going to be pretty comical and maybe a bit of fun too when we all meet in Crimea and everyone's recognizing each other by their voice and not their face. Because in general, I think most of us don't know what each other looks like, but we'll recognize each other by our voices.
I'm green with envy, but green.
So
I'm gonna get a T-shirt with my fella on it.
That's a really good idea. I mean, we definitely need name tags or something, but a t-shirt with, well, okay, my face is here, half of it. Ellen is hidden behind sunglasses, but for the most part, everyone else are Shiba Inus.
we're going to need to call animal control when we meet on the Crimean beach. There will be so many Shiba Inus. Good Lord. I just,
I mean,
I can already hear the barking.
you'd have better luck dragging a beer behind you if you want to round us all up.
Uh, this is true. Or maybe you would have to drag a keg. So you'd have a whole team of Shiba Inus. Well, I do know that when we meet on the beach in Crimea, we'll all recognize one another because there'd be only one reason we'd all be there. It's because we've all been here at MriyaReport. We've all been here supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom and survival. So it's a beach party where we really will already know one another in the very best of ways. Let me go to Peter S. And Greenwich, please stay with us because I want to go back to you too. Peter S.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I listened to IT, and I must say I do agree with a lot of what he was actually saying. I think a lot of it has been political, And I mean, I had many chats. If you remember a guy called Colonel Jeff, who used to be here and then dropped out. And I've had kind of private chats with him. And basically, for a complete new F-16 pilot, this is a guy who's coming up with very little experience. You're talking about 60 sorties in the F-16, and the sortie can vary from 20 minutes to an hour or slightly more. So you can very easily work out how long it's going to take to train them. If it's an experienced pilot, you're talking about 30 sorties. So basically 6 weeks. And remember, NATO pilots are doing these exercises. They're not under pressure. Ukrainian pilots are fighting a war, and a war doesn't wait for anybody. So, there has to be, it comes down to, are they better off in a MiG-29 or not quite up to speed on an F-16? And what Colonel Jeff made very clear to me was the F-16 is dead easy to fly. It protects you. You can't get it wrong with that aircraft. It's all automated, so it won't allow the pilot to do anything stupid. And it is actually a very easy aircraft to fly. So the real skill comes with the weapon systems, the radar systems, and stuff like that. So for experienced Ukrainian pilots, you're talking 30 sorties. They do 6 a week. You're talking about 5 weeks. Will we see F-16s in the air in Ukraine in 5 weeks? I doubt it. Because if there's a will, there's a way. And there hasn't been the will. And this has been the big problem. Because there was always ways of getting those aircraft into the theatre a long time ago. One was to use engineers from outside to take the aircraft out of Ukraine for major servicing into other countries, to have experienced engineers overseeing Ukrainian ones. There are so many ways they could have done it. We have 41 F-18s in Australia sitting there doing absolutely nothing. And they're still not in Ukraine.
This is all true, Peter, but as I have to say so many times, you cannot turn the clock back. You can only tell the time that we have now and go forward from there. The other thing I will say, one thing I've learned about F-16s or any fighter jet, I've learned this from Hopsy and Zagolman and the Doolittle Air Wing, that these are airframes. In other words, it's not only about learning how to fly this jet. It is about learning specific missions that the jet allows you to go forward with. And so, in other words, it depends on the weapons that the F-16s being delivered to Ukraine. It depends on what weapons will be attached to these F-16s. Each has a specific mission. I don't even think that's been figured out. But these missions must also be practiced by the pilots. It's not just about flying the jet. It is about being able to fly the missions that jet can be asked to fly over Ukrainian airspace.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I'm not a military pilot. I'm a civilian pilot, and I can tell you that a newbie civilian pilot will train for a type rating on the A320, for instance, in 6 weeks. That's start to finish. That's all the ground school. That's all the simulator stuff. And the A320 is a complex aircraft with complex systems, but they do it all. A lot of these systems, and I would imagine it's the same for weapons, a lot of it is taught on the ground, how they're fixed, the engineering behind them, how the systems work, how they fire, how they couple up to the radar, etc. That'll all be done on the ground, and that could have been done in Kyiv with instructors a long time ago.
But again, Peter, you just cannot turn back the clock.
No, but we need to really.
It's an impossibility. You just have to move forward.
Yeah, as long as we really are shifting forwards now in top gear. And sometimes I worry about that.
Well, I think we are moving forward in top gear. Peter, before a co-host switch here, I want to go to Greenwich, and then we'll welcome a fellow who bonks and knows things. One of my favorite fellow names. He'll be here for the next few hours. Greenwich, go ahead, please.
So, what I wanted to add to what Peter said earlier is that the speeds and the trajectory of the plane and the request for the pilots who are on these fighters, they need to get to a point in which the plane is no longer familiar, but is almost part of them, right? Because it's not, you're fighting, you're going out fighting another another plane, right? Another fighter. So sometimes it's a walk in the park, 60%, 70% of the flight time, but you can encounter some unexpected enemies. Basically, you can find Russians in the skies where you don't expect them, and you need to be able to maneuver the equipment fast and efficient. And there are 3 steps every time. Planning, right, in your head, executing and analyzing what you did. So if the planning part takes you too long, if you're not familiar enough with the equipment or with I don't know, some part of the equipment, then you will fail some part of the execution, and you will have less time for the execution, actually, right? Because you're gonna meet them anyway. If you start doing the things later, you you're still gonna meet them. So it's the life of the pilot, it's the mission, and it's also the equipment which you need to bring back because it costs millions of dollars. So it's not a cheap drone that you lose over over the mission. You lose tens, right, of millions, and it's your life. It's more important, yes, as a pilot, than the equipment, but still it's hard to replace and it's very expensive. So this part of the training is really, really important for them not to butcher the mission and lose the plane, basically, right? I don't know if this, I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. The advantage that the Russians have in this is that they don't change their platform. So some of them shifted from commercial pilot to a fighter pilot, which is completely different. But most of them are keeping on the same type of platform, which makes it easier for you as a pilot. And for Ukrainian pilots, it's challenging. I bet it's exciting. If one thing is that all pilots will say, and I bet Peter will say the same, they love flying. So having a new gadget, it's also extremely exciting. Extremely, it's challenging, and they are very aware of the responsibilities they bear. But it's also really, really fun. Like uh, a chance in their lifetime to do something extraordinary and to fly something extraordinary. So, yeah, they are having a good time. If this makes sense in a very odd way, I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, you make total sense with what you're saying. The only thing I would kind of add to that is that the big drawback with the MiG-29, it's that with these aircraft they carry weapons, and with the F-16 they can just release their weapon and it'll go to its target. With the MiG-29 you can't do that. And the second thing is it's who can release their weapons the furthest away who is going to win the battle. No matter how good a pilot you are, if you're flying a MiG-29, you're dead meat. So the only thing I would add to that is Ukraine is in a war and they don't have an air force at the moment, which is a capable air force. Which means that Russia has the freedom of the sky and it can attack the troops. It can bomb the troops, and that needs to be pushed back. So it's very difficult because I'm not a fighter pilot. I'm a commercial pilot, and it's. I just think this could have been done a long time ago, and there hasn't been the political will to do it.
Well, Peter.
Yeah, we all agree with that, Peter. Fella, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, and this is something that I'm going through now, and I imagine you went through it at one point too, which is as a pilot, when you go from an all steam cockpit, little BS Cessna 170s type deal into the first time you're in an all glass environment. And, I'm going through it without a language barrier. that was something, and they've been doing the classes now, I think, for 2-3 months. This was publicized that they were starting some English training. Was that they did identify some needs to enhance proficiency there beyond just what you use in radio. And that's good because, like Greenwich is saying, that aircraft becomes an extension of your body, more so than when you're, I guess, in a A320, A380, whatever, big body jet, commercial pilot. You're not really wearing the thing like a glove the same way that you do when you're in a fighter. So you almost want to think about it how we think about hours. And it's not just about the number of sorties. It's just going from steam to glass like that, an all analog to an all digital cockpit. That's pretty big transition right there. And that's their MiG-29s were mostly the OG variants. They weren't upgraded. And that's the big thing they're getting with these F-16s is substantially longer range of engagement and a much wider array of mission profiles, especially SEAD they can fly now. So it's happening, and by the end of this year, we see some Falcons tearing stuff up. And Alan, it's nice to be up here with you this evening. We kind of did this on the stealth.
It's great to be here with you, fella, who bonks and knows things. I've always wondered who knows things. What exactly is it you know, fella?
I mean, I just kind of plagiarized it from Game of Thrones, but it was just some smart assery is all. If you want me to be totally honest.
Well, of course, honesty is everything. We're all honest, candid here at MriyaReport.
And my name it wouldn't let me use. So, Tommy Crushing Fella. Because if you look at my @handle, it wouldn't let me use that name. So I was sad. Much sad.
I need to be more familiar with current media. Otherwise, I wouldn't call myself by my own goddamn name. Ben Official, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. I have a question. I saw somewhere in this whole heap of words, and that's on Twitter or someplace, something that may be significant, and that's, but I don't remember where or what it was, so I can't attribute it. It was that saying today that Austin, Secretary of State Austin, Blinken, and Sullivan have been wanting to speed up delivery, or they never wanted to slow delivery of weapons, and it was Joe Biden's personal decision to slow it down. Now, I don't know if any of it's true. I don't even remember where I read it, but I remember reading it twice, and it may be, and I don't necessarily believe it, but it may be that something like that is coming out because at this point, there are a number of people who have egg on their face about what went down with, placating Iran and sending money to Hamas and, and the decisions that they've made in various arenas. And it may be that they really want to speed it up, but they don't want to take the blame. I don't know. And if anybody has any knowledge of that, that'd be interesting to hear about. Thanks.
I don't have any knowledge about that, Ben. I mean, you're talking about the kind of knowledge you can only have if you're a fly on the wall in meetings in the White House,
or if you got it leaked to you, and I just don't remember where I read it. I definitely read it, and it was some kind of source that seemed credible, but you never know. So I just wanted to bring that up. Sorry for cutting you off, Alan.
Oh, not at all. There are all kinds of meetings that take place in the White House, in the Pentagon, in Congress with decision makers. And some of these meetings actually end with no decision being taken. The decision is postponed. I think that is a lot of what's happened with discussions about supplying F-16s and ATACMS for that matter, and many other weapon systems that Ukraine has needed. We can only speculate at this point about what the discussion was and who at the table argued for immediate decisions and therefore immediate training and deployment, and who argued against it and why. If the argument against such deployment was escalation, whoever made that argument will regret it for the rest of their professional careers if they are ever exposed for taking that that argument forward and stopping decisions from being made. They are going to go down in history as an appeaser. I don't think President Biden will fall into that category. I think President Biden has been cautious, but I think President Biden is also determined. And I don't think President Biden and President Zelensky would have such a close relationship if President Biden had acceded to these kinds of arguments. I just don't see that. I think they have an incredibly open and honest relationship. Joe Biden would tell Volodymyr Zelensky what he's thinking and why, and Volodymyr Zelensky would tell Joe Biden what he needs and why. Ben?
I don't know if my hand is working. Did it just, it doesn't seem to work anymore, but
No, it was
yeah, I think I don't necessarily believe any of it, but if it came about attribution or about let's call it or blame, but I think if something like that came out, it might signal that the tide is turning, that that at this point, and I actually think that what happened in Israel might have may, caused people in Washington and other places to decide to help Ukraine a little bit more than what's been going on. And I mean, during this week, there was, I don't know if it was mentioned tonight, the Secretary Austin said that there's the NATO countries are putting together an air force, whatever that means, I don't know, for Ukraine. So I'm hoping, and I usually don't hope because it's like not a very good position to be in, to be hoping too much without evidence. But I'm hoping that what's going on now is that the good guys are deciding enough is enough all the way across the line, and just need to defeat the bad guys, because it's getting pretty bad. The bad guys just keep rolling along, and I don't think they're going to stop trying their shenanigans until the good guys have a few really good wins in a permanent way. But that's just my editorializing. So thanks a lot, Alan.
Ben, I think that after the Hamas terror attacks on Israel, support for both Ukraine and Israel, and probably increased funding for defense in the United States, suddenly has many more supporters than it had 10 days ago. Now the question is whether or not the United States can reach some kind of bipartisan way forward before November 17th. That's when the continuing resolution runs out to get all of this done. I think that probably the next 25 odd days here in the United States will be intense politics. Shouldn't distract us from what Ukraine needs. Shouldn't distract us from what Israel needs. Shouldn't distract us from what the United States has to do if it wants to truly demonstrate it is the leader of the free world. This is not an apt metaphor, but the fact of the matter is, this is halftime of a game where lots of the world's democracies find themselves behind at halftime, and they have to figure out what the hell they're going to do in the second half, not only to win this game, but to score first in the third quarter and win decisively 2 quarters from now. As I say, it's not an apt metaphor. I'm not even a football fan any longer. Used to be a sports editor a long time ago, but I just think that's where we're at. It's halftime, and this is a big halftime meeting that's going on right now.
I know, Ben. I know you've definitely seen this because I can hear you in your skepticism of that tidbit. I would be very skeptical of any supposed palace intrigue reporting, as frankly, historically, most of it's aged really poorly. So unless these guys have an actual audio recording, a dude I know told me, or unnamed administration official said, I'm not, none of that's been aging well for a while now. So I don't put too much stock in it, and I don't think it sounds like you are either, particularly.
Yeah, you're right about that, but you never know when you hear something. I just heard it tangentially, and sometimes those things turn out, when you track them down, to be right or wrong. But until proven otherwise, yeah. And Alan, I'll just say, I think I've been in some other spaces, and I've been talking to a lot of people. Some of the other spaces are, specifically for Israel, Hamas issues, and I think this week Ukraine got a lot more friends, and I think Israel got a lot more friends. The focus, in the media has been on, protests on the street, because you can put it's pretty easy to focus a camera on any group of people, and then that becomes the entire screen at home. Even if it's 1 or 2 blocks in a city of millions of people, it looks like it's enormous. And the threat to Jewish people, as people know here, probably, I'm Jewish, is real and historical. But I think this might have been an interesting week for people to take what's going on in Ukraine as being really important and serious, that we're not paying attention. And I think there's a lot of solidarity between not only the chief rabbi of Ukraine, which we all know is in Israel now, but between the two countries, and the supporters of one have really come out to be supporters of the other. All the way, it seems to be all the way across the board, except, I mean, some instances, like the Heritage Foundation tries to make a distinction. I mean, they're explicit about it, but they're kind of in their own camp with that. So this might have been, as far as halftime goes, if we can keep the momentum up, in a sense, in the information space, it might be good overall for Ukraine as far as public opinion and public support. Thanks.
I agree with that, Ben. And this is kind of an aside. It's about framing. It's about framing if you're operating a camera. And I'm not saying that there haven't been sizable demonstrations around the world, both in support of Israel and unfortunately in mindless support of Hamas, but also support of Palestinians. But framing is an important thing for you folks who watch either television or watch news on your computer. Cameramen have a way of filling their field of view with the action in front of them in such a way that it can appear larger or more threatening than it is in actuality. As I say, I know some of these demonstrations have been sizable, but I also know a trick that we all played on the campaign trail. When we wanted to show a big political rally and there was no one in the hall, we put everyone in a corner and asked the news cameramen to take a certain vantage point and fill the frame with everyone in the corner. So in an arena that could hold 10,000 people and we only had 500, we went to the corner and it looked and sounded big. You know what I'm saying, Ben?
Yeah, well, I do that professionally, and I was looking at specifically the protests in New York. Look, the ones in London look big, like they're 2-3 blocks. But you have to remember, the city has millions and millions of people in it, and these protests are very organized. Obviously, organized. These are organized groups that are easy to get out a whole bunch of people. And but the ones in New York, I mean, and I know that territory really well, and it's like one side of a part of a block and another side of a part of the block, and then maybe that was most of the footage. But if because and I if you started counting, you never hear a count, right? You never hear like, oh, there were 10,000 people marching. It's like here's they fill the frame with however many people they've got, right? So it doesn't matter if there's 10 people or 100 people, it'll always fill the frame. And and they'll interview what man on the street things, any number of people. They'll edit anybody who doesn't sound extreme out. So you get or whatever it is. And so it's ambulance chasing in a way. It definitely does show a sentiment that exists. I'm not saying it doesn't. And but what I think it has done is it's motivated because the crimes were so great, and let's call them crimes against that were so great. I mean, we know the list, right? With the babies and all that, that all good people are saying this is just absolutely wrong. And to see people, it's actually, I think it reinforces the good people when they see this to think I think the whole campaign is backfiring on the pro Hamas side, on the media campaign, because the good people just look at that and they're horrified. And you see so much pushback that you never saw pushback before in other areas. And by extension, many people have thought, that's a genocidal campaign that Hamas is after. I mean, that's been identified. And and I think, as I've just said, that the connection is being made that what the Russians are attempting to do with the Ukrainians is pretty much the same thing. And the Bucha and the rape, they don't remember Bucha necessarily, but the rape and the stealing the children. And I've heard that so many times. I mean, that has really gotten to people who weren't even thinking about it maybe a week ago, because this inhumanity towards children that occurred, that occurred in Israel. I think it's made the leap over in people's minds to the inhumanity of stealing children out of Ukraine, and I think that's one can only do so much, but I actually think that that's an area in the information space that could really get a lot of traction, as far as world opinion, and could really stick, because it's an outrage that that's easy for people to identify with. And when it comes to Ukraine, Ukraine, talking about battle lines in Crimea, and to most people that just doesn't mean anything. But stealing children it enrages, and I think this is an opportunity in the information space, to send that, to really make that message stick. I hope somebody on the good side hears me say this. I can't do all the things I do, and in the media space. But I hope somebody picks that up in a way that can really resonate, and it could really help.
I agree with you, Ben. The Russian theft of Ukrainian children, the abduction of Ukrainian children from occupied Ukraine, and bringing these children primarily back to Russia itself, throwing them into Russian families, where they're going to be re-educated. Put that in quotation marks. They're going to be brainwashed, cut off from their culture, cut off from their own language, probably abused. But also, Ukrainian children have been held captive in occupied Ukraine. This is actually a pretty easy story for media outlets in the US or Canada, or throughout the EU, or in Japan, or anywhere around the world, to cover, not once, but continuously. And I think that is the secret to the kind of news that we need to hear today. I don't want media outlets, I don't want newscasters to pick up a story, report it one night, and drop it for weeks or months or forever. I want them to pick it up and report about it once a week for weeks to come, because this is what this kind of story deserves. And you're completely right about that.
I know. So if anybody's listening, if you do a really good job, this is the kind of thing that can win a Pulitzer Prize. Because the emotional aspect, and like what happens, and also the historical aspect, because the Russians did this during World War II. Also, they took children into Russia, and separated from their parents, and it was just a campaign they did, and it's a repeat of that. And it's just that this whole story really hasn't been told. If it's been told, we haven't heard it, so it's worth telling again. And I think that it would really resonate. It's like some of the rape stuff. I think what happened is that I've mentioned this before yesterday, which is really interesting. What happened in Bucha and Solidar, there's rumor that there was a massacre in Solidar. I've kind of been curious about what's going to get found there in that area when it's retaken, but that the atrocities that occurred, I think what motivated people so much is that it's probably the first time in history you saw a real, I mean, it's really kind of genocidal, campaign in an afternoon or a day that happened on the envelope, the Gaza envelope, as they call it in Israel. And you don't usually see genocidal acts being live streamed. I think it might be the first time in history that there are people who actually know, probably better than me, that you actually see the acts taking place. And I think what happens in Ukraine, the connection is that we see in Bucha, for example, we see bodies, or you hear of the story, eyewitness account, the testimony. But the testimony, there's the kid on the bicycle and gets shot. But you don't become a witness to it. You get it secondhand, the atrocity itself, or you put it together because there's a body count and it's terrible. And then there are interviews, the BBC did a really great, and the New York Times did I think it was the Times, did a really great story on one street in Bucha. But you don't see it live. And I think because we saw this live and we saw what these terrible acts look like, what it looks like slitting someone's throat. Before that, the the event that really got people was Daniel Pearl, when his throat, the Wall Street Journal reporter, when his throat was slit. And here we saw all of this happening. And that was just one when it happened to Pearl. And I think that, again, this is another aspect that that people can make the connection if the media does a good job with it. If the story gets told and makes the connection between the live streaming of what happened in the Gaza envelope, and that the same brutality is happening in Ukraine. You just don't see it. You see the aftermath. So that's another aspect. I hope people pick up on this, because it's actually it would be very good for Ukraine, but also I think it's very good for people to understand what's really going on. So I probably have said too much about it at the moment. So thanks a lot, Alan, for the floor.
Thank you, Ben. I don't think you've said too much. You have simply guided people here and any reporters and correspondents listening to a story that needs to be told. And you can tell it with a photographer and a writer. You can tell it with a producer and an on-camera correspondent. You can tell it as an individual who was there as an eyewitness. You can tell it in so many ways. This is simply one of the stories that needs to be told. And I agree with you, Ben. To tell these stories of genocide side by side, whether they occurred in Ukraine or in Israel, would be an undertaking worthwhile of any of you who are reporters or producers or correspondents of any kind. Sit down and think about it. Makes me wish I was still a producer. Meta, and then Lie Sniper, please.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, has the general press sort of linked the happenings in Israel to have been that we have a same enemy in both wars? Has that connection been made by the main media? Because I mean, it's of course even in Ukraine, I've seen something that I can't get unseen anymore, like the Wagner executing cutting someone's head while he was alive. I was caught unaware, and saw it, and now I can't unsee it. It was a Wagner, which is a PMC guy, but somebody else is doing the telling, which is Russia and Iran behind him, and it, even if it's Hamas doing it to Israel, it's the same enemy, Russia and Iran. Has this connection sort of properly been just, even hinted at, or is it still like, yeah, it's Russia in Ukraine and it's Hamas in Israel? Because the main thing is it's not the guys who do the terrible things. It's they've been asked to do that or taught to do that by somebody else, and the enemy is the same. And that's sort of my question. Is it sort of we all know it in this space, but we are sort of maybe like more educated in this matter. But the general people, do they know it? That's my question. Thank you.
I think that's a good question, Meta. Do people generally know it? I don't think so. I think that the brutality of terrorism that Russia showed in Ukraine and the brutality of terrorism that Hamas showed in Israel has a connection, and that connection has been hinted at. It's the face of terror, and the face of terror is the same wherever you look into its eyes. They are cold and heartless, and they are careless, careless of life. Your life, the lives of innocent people, and even careless of their own lives. But when you're able to commit an act of terror, your life has no value. When you are able to commit an act of terror, your humanity has expired. Has the connection been made? Not fully enough. Do people around the world who see a newscast for 2 or 3 minutes a night understand what's happening in the world around them and could actually happen to them? No, I don't think they know it. And that's why when we talk to Ben and when we talk about events here on MriyaReport, this is one of the facts of life today in the world we live in, which has become terribly dangerous, that we want to help people understand. Thank you, Meta. I want to go to Robin and then to Lie Sniper.
Let's pop in real quick before Robin there. And, Ben, I think what you were getting at is absolutely correct. And it can probably be well encapsulated by, for many, many people, reality got clearer in the past week. Lines have been clarified and a lot of false illusions have been removed. And that is good for Ukraine, and that is good for Israel. And we also, those of us who are already saying we got a good definitive list of who the idiots are. So that's also good. So I think all of this is long term, nothing but a positive for both Ukraine and Israel. And I guess it was Robin and then Lie Sniper, unless you had something to respond, Ben.
No, no. Robin's a host, and I would never try to butt in front of her for fear of what might happen in the future. So go ahead, Robin.
Gee, I thought my threats were much more subtle than that. No, actually, when I'm here as a speaker, feel free to butt in like you would with anybody else, any other speaker. I just wanted to agree with what a lot of other people are saying here. I think that the media is not making the linkage to the extent that I would like. I would like them to say, especially based on the fact that we now have some videos showing Russian-speaking advisors or whatever on the Palestinian side, that it's clear that Russia has got its fingers deeply in both of these things, and that the problem here is, the problem that underlies all of this is Russia and its ability to foment disorder and violence and genocide all around the world. This is not the first time that they've done this. I would like to see that much more strongly stated. Hasn't been so far. I think that President Biden is doing a good job of that, and hopefully, since he has obviously the biggest bully pulpit, I'm hoping that will be taken up more by the media. But so far, I think we have to be sure, that we emphasize this over and over and over again. Let people get tired of hearing us say it, but it's extremely important. The problem here is the main problem here is Russia. There are other actors who deserve the full weight of international tribunals for the things they've done, but it's Russia that's behind all of this, thinking they're going to get something for their benefit. And I would say too, I think that Russia has again made a massive miscalculation. I hope that's the case anyway. And I'm going to turn it back over to you guys. I'll stick around for a while. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Fella.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, I think Russia has made another massive miscalculation. Lie Sniper, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. As I was listening to Ben previously, then I completely understand his plea to contact the media regarding the abducted children and so on. And I don't know how to put it, but I have sorry, this is like a worry or a mixture of worry and warning and personal confession. But 10 years ago, I saw a beheading video by ISIS. I got nightmares, and for like a long time, it haunted me, these images, and I regretted having seen that. But I must confess that I have seen worse now during this war, and I don't get nightmares. And I think that's awful. That's awful. I have somehow just got numb because of this flooding of atrocities, and I mean, it's become trivial and commonplace that every day children are abducted and people get beheaded and whatever. And if you know the phenomenon of Overton window, that what you consider to be part of the normal life is bit by bit shifted towards some other direction. And I must confess that in my mind, something has changed, that I'm numb to these atrocities to some extent, that they don't, if I think 10 years back and I would have heard that hundreds of thousands of children have been abducted, I would have been much more outraged than I'm today. I'm completely open now, really. And I must say that this is an effect which I fear in the society, that people just forget what kind of the actual dimensions of the outrageous atrocities which Russians are doing right now, and what's happening between Israel and Palestine as well. And I just, I don't know, this is very personal now, but this is just my plea that please keep your values in the focus of your mind and be outraged and speak up, because the abducted children is something what really is not brought up at all as much as it should be. It's if I would have thought really 10 years ago, if someone had said that, okay, two nations start a war and hundreds of thousands of children get abducted and brainwashed and whatever, I must confess, really, as I said, I'm repeating myself. Sorry for that, but really, I'm getting numb to these atrocities, and that's something that really shouldn't happen. That's just what I wanted to share. Thanks. Perhaps that's another article for Pulitzer Prize. This whole phenomenon around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Live Sniper. And I think that's an excellent observation. Ukrainian children have been abducted one by one and twos by twos in the tens and the hundreds until it has added up to more than 700,000 Ukrainian children being abducted by Russian invaders in some of the most horrible ways you can imagine. Torn away from parents and family, isolated from parents and family, possibly even witness to their parents' killings by Russian soldiers. I guarantee you, if we were to see a column of Ukrainian children being forced marched into Russia or occupied Ukraine, this image would have our attention. But how is Russia accomplishing this? By ones and twos and tens and 20s and hundreds until it adds up to what Russia wants: a new generation of abducted Ukrainian children that Russia will brainwash and separate from their culture and from their history, from their families. And this is not, it cannot be an imaginary image. There is a column of force marched Ukrainian children of all ages from Ukraine into the Russian prison of minds. We have to imagine that and take it to heart.
Yeah, I completely agree. But you're actually, what you're saying is just confirming my point. You say ones and twos as if it would be like an excuse. Not attacking you. Sorry, don't misunderstand me. But a few years ago, if I could well imagine that if one or two children would have been abducted from Ukraine to Russia, that would have been headline news. One or two children. That children are being taken away from their parents and brought to Russia. It would have just needed one or two children to make the news. But now there are hundreds of thousands of them. And they're just, what do you hear? Like a deafening silence in the goddamn press. It's just appalling. Sorry, my blood pressure is going through the roof right now. Sorry.
Well, it's also, I guess it's partly war fatigue. If you think back to 1945 and the liberation of of Nazi concentration camps by Allied soldiers. Even after 6 years of war from 1939 to 1945, and all of the horrible news that people took in during that time, when the concentration camps were liberated and the images were first seen, and Germans themselves were taken by order of Eisenhower to see what their nation had done, the world stood absolutely shocked. So, regardless of the war fatigue of World War II, the shock that everyone felt in 1945 was absolute. It was overpowering. The world has changed. And what can shock us now, as you say, Lie Sniper, unfortunately, we have grown numb, and therefore, I don't know any longer what can shock us. And that is a sad commentary on the world we live in. Ben?
And I agree with you, and I agree with you that it can go both ways. That people we're so used to. I think it's a few things. One, I mean, Susan Sontag wrote a famous essay on photography where she talked about the connection or violence and photography, showing violence in photography and whether it moves people. And I mean, I don't remember when it was, but it was a while ago. And and she felt that a lot of photography or a lot of what people see is sort of voyeuristic, and it either doesn't register or they're numb to it. And we see, but then on the other hand, there are images like the girl running naked in Vietnam on that road, and that became, or at Kent State, the Kent State protests where someone was shot, and there's the woman, the person who's shot on the ground, the woman is leaning over, is on her knee, looking up, wailing, I think, looking up at the sky. So it's possible to have both, I think. It's possible. And I think, yeah, it is hard in this media, basically in this kind of like this dumpster of images and ideas that we get every day. It's almost like a dumpster fire for something to register. But yet, even so, what happened 1 week ago is 1 week ago today, on the 7th, on Saturday. Those images and what happened there are outraging people in a way that they have not felt this kind of anger in their lives, probably. I think a lot of people have not felt this kind of anger about something else in the world. That's my sense of it. And those images they can't see, just like you said that.
Ben, just lost your audio. I'm wondering if you're getting a phone call, because that's what it sounded like. Stay with us. We want to bring you back to complete your thought. Fella, back to you.
Yeah, Alan, thanks. It looks like Ben is reconnecting while he's coming back up. I think I'm just going to read out a little bit of news that just came across it. And this is a statement from Secretary of Defense Austin that the USS Dwight Eisenhower group has been ordered now to the Eastern Med. So that is that is now happening. So I think, is that 2 or is that 3 aircraft carriers? And what was the old saying? 2 is to send a message. 3 is to bring some democracy. I don't think we've had more than 2 in one place recently in quite a while.
It's 2 in place and a third possibly on the way. Back to Ben, you've reconnected. Please go ahead.
Ben, the internet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just died on me. But I'll just finish up because there's talk of aircraft carriers too. But so I think it can go. I think it could go either way. I think a lot of times when it comes to media, you you can ride on a sentiment, because it's like any sort of like when something's high in public eyes, like let's say whether you agree with it or not. I'm not talking about whether you agree with it or not. I'm just talking about the effectiveness of like the Me Too movement. There are moments in time that people are receptive to a message, and I think that this is a moment that that in time and it will pass. That people could be receptive to the message when it comes to Ukraine. So I think it's an opportunity to get the story out, and maybe there'll be receptive ears. I think there would be. All right. So thanks again.
Ben, can I just ask you one more question?
Sure.
In terms of images, whether what I'll call moving pictures or still photography, what makes a defining moment?
Oh God, I don't know. Alan, that's a tough one. I can't even. I don't even want to go into that. Really, Josef Karsh, who's one of the great photographers of all time. He did many portraits. He did famous one of Winston Churchill that everybody knows, and Ernest Hemingway and Kennedy. And he said, some people think that being a photographer is luck. Getting the picture is luck. And his answer was, have you noticed that some people are more lucky than others? So I think it has to do with that. You have to have the talent. You have to be in the right place and have the talent. And I'll give you one thing that I know about Ukraine, which when it came to Bucha, because I have been in Ukraine on and off during all kinds of parts of the war. And when it came to Bucha, I wanted to go and film there. But I was filming somewhere else. And it took a couple of days to get up there. And I didn't make it at that time. I ended up at Bucha later. But what happened was that it got cleaned up so fast that unless you could just hightail up there, you would have missed it all. And I think some of it, when it comes to what's happening in Ukraine, you have to make the opportunity, and you have to sort of in any kind of situation like that. It's partly almost like when I was very young, I was a sports photographer, very, very young. When I was in high school, I was a photographer for the local newspaper. And some of it is you have to know the game in a way, and you have to you can't really by chance be in the right place. You really have to understand how the game is being played and be at the right spot at the right time. And that takes a lot of work. And I think a lot of journalists, a lot of photojournalists, they show up and they take a picture of whatever they can. And there are guys like Tyler Hicks, who I have a lot of respect for the New York Times, and he's taken a lot of good photos. And he's like living with the troops. So to answer the question, I think you really have to work it. And what makes it is that one shot or that one image or whatever it is that you really worked your butt off and over the course of time, and you understand what you're covering, and you have the talent with technical talent to be able to convey it artistically. And that's why you don't see that much of it, because there are not many people who are going to work that hard, think that much, spend that much time, and have that much talent for a photograph, or even so that's a long answer. And there are guys out there. I think Tyler Hicks is one of them, and there are others. So, and sometimes it's just luck. Sometimes it's just luck, being in the right place at the right time. But rarely is it luck. I think really the good ones really work so hard and they risk themselves to do it. So,
Yeah, they do risk themselves to do it. And dozens of journalists and photojournalists have been killed in this war in Ukraine. But Ben, there are two kinds of images I think about. One, those defining images, both skill and luck, gives them to us. You mentioned some of them that we've seen in the last 50 odd years, one from Kent State, one from Vietnam. There are many, many others that I might talk about. But we live at a time today when many of the images that are offered to us come from eyewitnesses. These might be videos, they might be photographs, but they are in a time and a place we all need to know about, and we all need to put ourselves into. I'm thinking about many of the images of war and survival I've seen from Ukraine. Uh, there are so many memorable images simply given to us by iPhone or whatever phone you have, posted to uh, Twitter or to Instagram or to TikTok. Uh, this is the life uh, of uh, of individuals in Ukraine who are being victimized by Russians, who are in some cases within feet of losing their own life, and in many cases have seen the death of a loved one just feet away from them. And yet they take this image and they give it to us. And we need to recognize what they're doing and put ourselves in their place. Uh, it's a new day and age, to my way of thinking. As usual, fellow, I have stopped the conversation.
Well, I was just going to say, and one thing that, and it's kind of helped with the clarification of reality for a lot of people that occurred a week ago. That the war in Ukraine and what's going on in Israel. These are the first really truly live streamed, um, cameras everywhere wars, and it it helped clarify a lot of people who were sitting on a lot of fences real quick. Um, and that was my main thoughts. The Some of the other changes that we're starting to see, especially in photography, and I heard you ask earlier, what makes a definitive moment or a definitive photograph. it's that one photo that can kind of perfectly encapsulate and tell the story of a moment. Like, the famous photo of the man in Tiananmen Square. Let me make all of our Wu Mao in the audience mad. Yep, Winnie the Pooh, you can go be mad at me. Anyway, they're a little sensitive when you talk about that. But it's photos like that, and they're not always even good photos. Um, what makes a good photo? It's that magic combination of light, the right angles, and just frankly taking the same image a bunch of different times and hoping. But you never know as a photographer, as a filmmaker beforehand. Um, at least I don't think anybody's ever known. I mean, yes, there are people that are more lucky than others, and this is why war correspondents, it's sad when they lose their life or get injured. They take a lot of risks putting themselves right up at the front. And we've seen that even with what's going on in Israel. And I'm sure we're going to see more of it because this unfortunately happens in war. These things happen. It's sad. It's a thankless, risky job. And Skykiss, you've had your hand up for a while, and welcome up, G-Man. You have your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you guys for bringing me up. And I just wanted to jump in here a little bit with this discussion. Why Sniper brought up this feeling somehow comfortably numb. And yes, I think many of us have changed over this year and a half. I've seen tanks exploding, knowing full well that there were human beings, well, inside. And then I've seen terrible things, as we all have. Heads of Ukrainian soldiers on spikes, hands of dead people, uh, in wells in the ground. And it's just been really, but there are many of these photos that just really do that encapsulation. They encapsulate some a moment, and sometimes it's a photo of the building the way it was before it was bombed by the Russians. And I wanted to say it's for me, and I know all of you probably, it just really hits when it's children, when it involves the kids. And so I had this idea just, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, this idea. I was remembering a campaign here in the United States, and it's like missing, kidnapped kids, and their photographs started when I was a child, started appearing on milk cartons, the half-gallon size, especially. And so I was just thinking, oh my goodness, well, we've got 700,000 children just missing. And yes, it's wonderful when 19 of them come back. That's 19 out of 700,000 human beings, human lives. Just really. So we got to do something. And yeah, you can be numb, and then you think of, wow, all those things that you thought of and that you've seen just in 1 week. And yeah, we're going to see a lot more. And I've been taking breaks, as all of us really should, just some breaks to do something completely different. And because this is a lot. And now we have so many fronts that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I mean, you hit the nail on the head. We're going to see a lot more over. I suspect the next week is going to be. It's not going to be a fire hose. It's going to be goddamn Niagara Falls.
It's going to be hard. Yeah,
Bullshit.
fella. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. That's really all I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's everybody needs to take breaks, right? You know, and especially if it's affecting you. Yeah, social media moderation is always a good thing. Contrary to what the developers of this moderately functional application would like to believe. So, I don't know if you have any thoughts, Alan, or we just I think it was G-Man, Lie Sniper, and Youth. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go on to hands. G-Man, Lie Sniper, and Youth. G-Man.
Yeah. Morning, everybody. Good morning from Northern Ireland. Dark and gloomy. I don't know what the weather's doing because it's dark and gloomy. But anyway, interesting conversation. Iconic images of war, and I just had a quick look on Google, and it's come up. There's plenty of links, be it Time, top 19, top 20 images of the Vietnam War, World War II. Probably the most iconic image. Well, there's a couple, but the raising of the American flag at Iwo Jima. Probably the raising of the Soviet flag over the Reichstag in Berlin. Others as well, but what Lie Sniper was talking about, you know, the numbness. This is a thing that can happen, but you can our shell, our armor. You know, that's what it is. It's armor that we've put up to protect ourselves. I grew up in Northern Ireland during our wee civil war, which we euphemistically call the Troubles. Every day for the first 30 odd years of my life, 6 o'clock news, and you would listen as a number of people were killed. Policemen, soldiers, civilians. And you did become numb. Except that there was things that broke through the numbness. Probably the biggest thing was probably the Oma bomb, which came right at the tail end of the Troubles, and it shocked everybody. Partly due to the number of people that were killed, partly due to the fact that there were some, you know, families, kids, all the rest of it, pregnant women, and the fact that it was a shopping town, and it happened in the middle of a Saturday afternoon when people were just going about their business, and there was no real warning, which had been a feature of our war here, where, you know, the IRA would plant a bomb and then tell the police, "There's a bomb there. Get everybody out." Maybe I give you half an hour, whatever. But I was shocked this morning when I looked at my own timeline, and there was an article or a post from Visgrad, and it's about Israel, and it was footage of a house which had been attacked The parents and the children in the house had been murdered. The bodies were obviously away. They went through the house. There was blood on the walls, blood on the pillows in the master bedroom and bedclothes. There was blood in the kids' rooms. The family dog, I think this was what brought it home to me. The family dog was not killed by the terrorists, and it was sitting on the bunk bed of the kids, waiting for the kids to come home, waiting for the family to come home. To me, that actually, that near. I haven't gone looking. I don't want to go looking for the images that are out there. I don't need to see them to know how shocking the attacks were. And the same thing is happening in Ukraine every day. I think it was an 11-year-old boy killed. He just celebrated his birthday a few days ago. This can be. You can become somewhat numb, and that can be a defense mechanism. But it doesn't mean we don't care. We do care. We care, otherwise we wouldn't be on here. We wouldn't be advocating. We wouldn't be talking to our friends and family ad nauseum, to the extent that sometimes they want us to stop. Partly because the same thing. People are busy, and not everybody has the same threshold. But we don't stop advocating. We don't stop supporting, and we want to see justice. Justice will be served. Justice will be served to the Hamas terrorists in a very kinetic and non-judicial way. And justice is being served on the battlefields of Ukraine in a very kinetic and non-judicial way. But justice will also be served later in a very judicial way. We don't know what that will involve, but I think we can trust it will happen. I'll leave it there. Thanks for the conversation. It's been very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Man. I think it's on to Youth and Lie Sniper. Youth. Youth, if you are with us, and if you're not, resolve your audio problems. We'll go to Lie Sniper and then come back to you. Lie Sniper, please.
Thank you. I just want to come back to what Skaikis said, and she said the words comfortably numb. I might be numb, but I'm very uncomfortably numb because first of all, I'm concerned of my emotions, of my emotional sensibility, so to say. What has this whole mess done with my brain? That's my concern, and I'm really not comfortably numb. I might be dumb and numb, and how would I put it? Being numb and not getting sort of emotionally disturbed by some things, that does not mean that I would in any way be comfortable with what Russians are doing. There's the emotional side and there's the rational side. And even if my emotional side has somehow managed to deal with the most horrific atrocities, that has not reduced my like rational side of confronting the enemy and doing what I can and reporting tweets and sharing. I don't know, sort of fighting the disinformation and sharing valuable tweets and what I can do from my desk here. And I think that everyone must take responsibility of their own well-being, mentally and other ways, but also take responsibility of continuing the support for Ukraine, so that the getting numb, seeing all kind of atrocities and acts of violence and horrific things that should not lead to getting numb to the reality of the war, and that we have a common enemy, which we have to do whatever, donating money and whatever we can do should be continuing, and getting numb of seeing atrocities on an emotional level, that should not stop our will to help. And really, it's important to have breaks and take care of yourselves, because if you don't take care of yourself and if you're just a mess, then you're not able to help anyone. And that's what I just wanted to put straight. That what I meant was just that my emotions have gone cold, so to say, and I'm capable. Even some might see it as an advantage that I'm able to see the worst atrocities without even getting nightmares. You know, someone might say, "Oh, hey, you have a great thing," but on the other hand, I don't. That's not the me I would like to be. If I see something horrific, if I see violence, and if I see some beheadings or whatever, I would like to be shocked, because that kind of acts have deserved to be sort of raising emotions and being, how would I say, if I don't get emotionally involved with that kind of things, then that's the first tiny step to accepting those things. And that's something I would never like to do. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Lie Sniper. You know, I think over the last 600 days, certainly over the since last Saturday, I've reminded myself I've never ever understood the world I live in, and this is from the time when I was very young, from the time when I was 10 or younger. I've just grown up in a world of unbelievable violence, and this is violence that I haven't experienced as G-Man just told us about his childhood in Northern Ireland. It's violence I've simply watched on television newscasts. But when I look back 60 odd years, I don't understand the world I live in. I don't understand the violence that that people commit. I don't understand the inhumanity that they show to one another. But this hasn't stopped me from trying to understand it. I read history. I talk to relatives and friends who have experience I've never had and will never have in war and in protest, in Vietnam and in the southern United States on the Freedom Trail. So I think part of keeping yourself open to being shocked by events is always continuing to try to understand them. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. But Lie Sniper, I can tell that you might feel numb, but I know you're not. I don't think any of us here at MriyaReport are numb to the events happening all around the world in Israel and in Ukraine. We're not numb to this in any way.
Absolutely not. And just going to reiterate what a few have said. I think G-Man mentioned it. Taking breaks is 100% necessary. And sometimes you need to take, just kind of limit yourself during the week. I only, frankly, Monday through Friday, and unfortunately, this is just a side effect of what I do. I don't really do much news wise except 50,000 foot high level. And I just kind of intentionally keep myself off of all social media. So, not saying you necessarily need to do that, but, you might schedule some not on Twitter time. And I don't have the hands order, Alan. I think it was James and Skykiss. I don't know if you have anything different.
That's right.
Oh, and Ben had his somewhere in there too.
I think I was next, so I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah, interesting discussion. This is a good time, I think, that we can take action. And thank you, Lie Sniper, for kind of pointing out that that's the obvious part is there's still things that we can do that will affect things, and we can do that sort of mechanically. I wouldn't say I'm like dead cold emotionally. I'm kind of negative about it, but mildly so because I get enough breaks. And I've been able to keep at President Biden through his text line, and that's been sort of interesting to do that. And I've been looking for the message to say now to my representatives, and I think one of them is my concern. Well, first to give the good news about what's happening in Ukraine, because I think the Adivka story really got buried. So, just a little report on the Apple News aggregator, which I believe I've shut off all the preferences for news. So, I think it still makes judgments about what I want based on other things besides me saying more like this or less like this, right? Which is what options you have to control things. But the first story about Ukraine in the main news section was about 32 stories down, and it was gets Jim Jordan. We're going to separate the money for Israel in Ukraine, and it's like, okay, that's the news. That's the front page news sort of thing. The Ukraine section where I go and I use their little following section and I look. First story up is about Adivka. Russia pounds Adivka for the fourth day straight. And I'm like, well, let's see what it actually says. Well, it doesn't say anything about the losses. And this is huge. It's hugely happy news about what's happened on the front lines there. Just how many units of Russian equipment have been destroyed, aside from the personnel, aside from the continuing what do you want to call it? Killing of the Russian leadership, military leadership. That is, that's still going plenty strong. So this is a really good story, and I decided that's one thing to say to them is to just quickly report on some of the summary numbers and say, hey, look, in case you're not hearing it, you should know that this is a huge victory and that it appears that Ukraine is in the position to continue. And really, it's not just the last 4 days, right? We know about the artillery slaughter over the last 3 months and the other kind of slaughter that's been going on. And we know about the deep strikes on special equipment, the ships, all these things. And just to get pushed past the idea that there's anything frozen about this, and that really this is a good place right now for Ukraine to have the Russians getting slaughtered. along a very, very long line that they're trying to defend. So I think that's part of the message. Obviously, we have to ask for the funding, but I think they also need to be sure, we need to be sure that they're hearing this. And I'm kind of pissed off at the press that they've been doing this, because I went on and I looked through the Ukraine section some more, and it really didn't see the story in there. And, you know, the Avdiivka battle is just huge, as we all know, one of the biggest victories since the first couple of weeks of the war. So it's kind of stunning how it's being left out. I think of different motives for that, motives on the part of the press, and then motives on the part of possibly, I don't know, strategic thinker somewhere saying, "Ooh, maybe we should look weak in this area in the information space." But that just seems really ridiculous to me. I don't think that's a reasonable motive to assign. It doesn't strike me that that helps. But I'd like to hear other views on it. So, you know, Lie Sniper, thank you for coming up and saying that there's, you know, still things we have to do, and that we are part of the information space and we can shape it. So thank you.
Just one thing about Avdiivka, James. Victory yesterday and today for Ukraine in no way brings closure to this battle. It's going to go on, I think, for weeks, and it's going to begin looking a lot like Bakhmut. I think we had Ben and Youth and Skykiss. Ben, go ahead if you're with us.
Yeah, I'm here. My hand doesn't quite work all the time, but no, I just wanted to mention, I thought about a little bit better answer to your question that you asked before. I think what makes, you know, any imagery or any film meaningful, you know, what makes it is to be able to connect empathically to it. You know, that's obvious. And one great film on war, it's like one of the best films I've ever seen of what it's like to be in battle, is Restrepo. If anybody, if you know, by Sebastian Younger and Harrington. I forget Harrington's name. Harrington has since been killed in Libya, unfortunately, filming there. But if you haven't seen Restrepo, it's a fantastic film. I won't go into all the details of it. That these guys were embedded with a Marine squad in the Congo Valley, and there's really nothing like it as far as like feeling like you're there. And so anything I think that connects empathically, you know, and that people can see their own humanity in whatever they're looking at, which is why I think so much of photography and what you see in TV news just doesn't hit, because it's just another action, and people really don't care about action, and they don't care much about numbers either. You know, if you know, you can tell them a million numbers, and it's like, oh, that's another number. But you know, you show someone, you know, but I won't even. But you show the one picture of the guy at Tiananmen Square, and you can say, wow, that's a guy against a tank. That's pretty awesome, you know. And so, and I think that's where a lot of it we kind of like get numb to, even though we just like pass it because it just doesn't mean anything to you emotionally. And that's kind of the nature of it. And so we have a lot of that. And I think, and then finally on that, and spectacle doesn't get you either. Like someone like a gun firing, it's like, you know, if it's just a gun firing, it might look cool, but you just forget it right away. It's just, you know, until the next gun fires. So it just needs to connect emotionally, and not many people can do it. I just, not many people can create that, you know, that image or that, and a lot of it is being in the right place at the right time, and so, and having the talent. But and as you say also, Alan, yeah, there are people now everywhere, you know, with their phones in the war, and GoPros, and it does become more real, but a lot of it just becomes more images without having the resonance. I think what happened with the Hamas thing, it's just so shocking. And they did such a good job of, from an emotional standpoint, if that's what's really you're dealing with, is the emotion of those moments. But anyway, I've said enough on this whole subject. I just figured I'd give a little bit better answer to you the second time around. So thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Ben. And it's a good answer. When I think about that anonymous Chinese man holding a briefcase in his white shirt and dark pants, standing in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, this is a defining photograph. It's to me for a couple of reasons. The man's anonymity. We will never know who it was. We will never know the courage he drew on to do what he did. And because of his anonymity, he has universality. We can all imagine ourselves in his shoes and make the choice that he made. And few of us in reality would make such a choice. I don't think I would. I'd like to think I would, but I don't think I would. I would fear for him from someplace in the crowd. And we all need to step out from the crowd. And I can tell you, I don't even know if I have the courage to do that. So we have a lot of hands here. Somehow, fella. We have Youth, we have James, we have Raver, we have Skykiss. Youth.
Alan, I just want to tell you how good it is to hear your voice again. I've been away from the site, and I realize how large a part it is in my life. It was due to a self-inflicted injury, but I'm well on the way to recovery. But let me start with pictures or photographs that have a significance in one's life. And the one that really stops me and makes me think is the one to the Bataan Death March. And significantly, I'm saying this to honor a friend that was actually in that march. I never could get him to talk much about it, and I understand the reasoning. Then, secondly, I sit here and I listen every day, and I hear people procrastinating, predicting the end of the war. And I think it's going to go on a long time because I don't see how the war can ever be declared an end until all of these children are retrieved. And I'm sure the Ukrainians are conducting different clandestine operations to at least identify maybe the location, maybe more and more. The Ukrainians would never forget those children. And I just, again, want to tell you, I don't need a relief from MriyaReport. I depend on it because I can't watch TV and regular news because here versus what I hear of these other sites, I get the truth and I get the emotion and I just get the true feeling of what's happening in Ukraine. And it's sad, but I support a couple of different ways, and that's just about it. I'm glad to be back.
And Youth, we're glad to have you back. And of course, we all know here the most definitive photographs that we have, the most meaningful, are the ones that we carry with us. I have a photograph of my father in a Jeep in front of Notre Dame Cathedral during World War II. it's a tiny, tiny photograph, uh, and it's well worn, but he was there. I have a photograph when I might have been 5 years old, standing beside my father in his uniform uh, from World War II. And he marched every single year in Memorial Day parades, 4th of July parades, Veterans Day parades, because this is how he carried his duty on. I have a photograph from when I might have been, I don't know, 4, sitting between my mother and grandmother. And I know that that moment in that photograph is one of the happiest moments I've ever known in my life. And I was given the blessing of having that happy moment. Such
Alan, I
happy.
might, excuse me.
You just give me a moment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And such happy photographs and times are being taken away from thousands of Ukrainians, children, brothers, parents, relatives, also from thousands of Israelis. So forget about the historic photos and what makes a defining moment of a historic photo. I know I was the guy who asked that question. I shouldn't have. It made me think of the photographs from my own life that I treasure. So to you, youth, then to James, then to Raver, then to Skykiss, youth.
All I was going to say, Alan, is these photographs portray true heroes in our life, whether they're our parents or this special gentleman that I got to know that was part of the Bataan Death March. Every time I saw him, I looked at him differently. He was just a wonderful human being, but knowing his background even made him stand out more. Thank you, Alan, and I'm regular again.
Thank you, youth. You know, my father is a hero to me, not because he fought in a war, but because of what he did when he came back from a war. Uh, and, you know, I really hope that many Ukrainians have this same thought about their fathers and mothers, brothers, sisters, all of their relatives who come back to this war. They'll be your heroes for what they do when they come home. And they might not tell you much about what they did when they fought in a war. To James, to Raver, to Skykiss, to Forever Child.
Hey, I just wanted to say about images and imagery, and they come from two sources actually, pictures or movies. And that's what we see, and they're very powerful. And I'm moved by some of the great war stories. And my favorite war story is Apocalypse Now, the redo, which I just think has a lot of lessons in it, which you might not think when you think about it, but it's a powerful movie. So I get that, but we don't get to send movies to our representatives. We could, and maybe it'll move them, but I don't think that's what's going to work. I think it's going to be words, and that's where some quotes can come in. And I love a good quote, and I think that the words that are spoken can be, and really quite often in movies, they're the moving thing within the movie is really the words that move people. Images are a snapshot in time, and unless you know the background, they may not communicate much. So some of us older people have iconic images that don't move everybody because they don't know. So you know, so I'm just pressing again for action and to pump the good news out to people who should be paying attention to that, because it's the chance that we have to take an advocate's step to support Ukraine until this is done. And so I am confident that by saying the truth about what's going on, repeating it, and continuing to bother them, that we will move the needle with our representatives about funding. And the speaker battle, I think that's something that was anticipated, and I think there's a plan, but it could go to Jim Jordan, who works for Donald Trump, who is a trade Ukraine land for Russian peace, which is the worst deal in the world. So, anyways, I just wanted to say we have to take action. It isn't going to come from imagery that we share. It's going to come from advocacy and money, which we can donate to MriyaReport, get the tax write-off on that, and save people from stepping on landmines, clear the land so that economic recovery can continue, and really improve the quality of life for everybody. The idea that your village is surrounded by mines cannot be good for your peace of mind. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Raver, Sky Kiss, forever child, IT fella, Raver.
Hey, good evening, Alan. So a couple of things, on imagery, like a lot of Americans that are old enough, probably the most powerful image I've ever seen, one that rocked me to my core, was watching the plane hit the second tower. By then, we were all tuned in live, trying to figure out what the hell had happened. Most of us probably weren't thinking terror attack, thinking some sort of airline disaster, and then boom, all of a sudden we realize we're under attack and we're at war. And I've seen a lot of things in my life, but that's the one that sticks with me probably the most. And imagery is powerful because I can say things and evoke images in probably people who may not even have been around when the photos was taken, like the starving child in the African famine, or the blue-eyed Afghan girl from the old National Geographic, or the raising the flag over Iwo Jima. Images can be really, really powerful. And unfortunately, the Ukraine war has created so many images. I don't know that any one has been able to rise to that level. I forget his name, but the guy that said Slava Ukraini has become an iconic image, but only inside of the pro-Ukraine circles. And then finally on the Andavika front, a more technical, less imagery comment. I think Russia probably believed its own propaganda about how many losses they'd inflicted on the Ukrainians, and they thought that they had a chance, and they badly misread the situation. The images coming out of that are just horrific. There was no real tactical deployment. It was almost like a thunder run, thinking they were just going to launch a surprise attack day after day after day, go figure, and somehow bull their way through, and all they've done is cost more and more life, which is pretty typical for Russia, but they're just getting smashed.
Yep. Chuck's map from Avdiivka, still in the nest. Raver, I'm going to tell you one thing about 9/11. I was absolutely horrified, obviously, by what I saw happening at the World Trade Center. But I'll tell you, the image that made the most difference to me on that day was an image that was never photographed. And this would have been an Al Qaeda plane hitting the United States Capitol, a place where I was privileged to work. And it is such a space rich in history. There are echoes inside the Capitol that are echoes that you can hear. It is a place where I think every American should visit. It is the house of the people, And if this building had been struck, and it couldn't have been destroyed, but if it had been struck, it would have struck me to my core. But it wasn't. There was a plane with the U.S. Capitol as its target, and it never reached it. And we have to be absolutely certain that no weapon of any kind, foreign or domestic, ever strikes the house of the people, the home and beating heart and symbol of American democracy. Just keep that in mind. There are images we will never have that we never want to see. And this is one that I imagined. Sky kiss and forever, child.
Thank you, Alan, and well said. Well said. So I was remembering something that Ben mentioned a little while ago. That photo of the woman, the young woman kneeling down on the sidewalk next to, maybe it was her classmate at Kent State. And that was one of the most searing images in my life when I was coming of age. And I think it was probably published in Life magazine. That was a wonderful photographic essay magazine that my mom subscribed to. And so I grew up with just many, many photographs. And going back to speak about being comfortable, Life Sniper, I was really being a little bit, well, inane and sarcastic by saying that. We're definitely not comfortable. All of us here know that we're emotionally invested, and this is a place where we come to learn history and psychology and so many disciplines brought to bear here, military. And I mean, many of us are, like Chuck says, weren't particularly of interest to us. And then now, because we're emotionally invested in Ukraine winning this war, and Ukraine must win. So I wanted to say, going to the situation with Israel and Palestine, I wanted to echo something that a friend of mine said last night. And we grew up, the two of us, separately. She's younger than I am. We grew up in a city full of immigrants and wonderful immigrant cultures and diversity. And I was a member when I was in school 20 some odd years ago. I was a member of a group we called Diversity Champions on campus. And Diversity Champions was just that. And all different backgrounds, different thoughts, ways of life, religious faiths. And there was a moment when I had the opportunity for my graphic design course, and it was also something that was related to my mass communication course, which I happened to be in when 9/11, when that attack on our New York City and the Pentagon, what we've just been speaking of, and I remember that day really, really well. But let me just finish about this. I did a trailer for a film, one of the films in the Palestinian Film Festival, which was, I think it was 2003 at Tulane University. And so I was like my friend, very, she said she even housed some Palestinian refugees for a time. I didn't do that, but I made this trailer for a film, and we both had recently had these changes. And it's not that we don't care about the human beings, but we understand and have a perspective, certainly now, just in this last week, all the events that have unfolded. So, like her, very considerably, because I also am invested, because when I was growing up in that city with a very large and let's say community-minded Jewish community, and half my friends were Jewish in like 9th and 10th grades. And these were people, we had
So,
night.
Sky Kiss, I appreciate your
Yeah, and I'm
commentary here.
coming to the end of it.
I'm just wondering where you're going.
Yeah, and so I wanted to say, so Light Sniper's point, and certainly the nightmares do still happen. We all have to do some sort of mental jujitsu here, and that's something that we do. So it's not that at all that we're comfortable. So
Yeah, we take a break. As G-Man said, we all have our own thresholds. We have to be aware of them, and we do need to take breaks and not cross thresholds that that threaten us as individuals. I think you understand that, Sky Kiss, and I
absolutely.
want
And I
to want to be sure all of our listeners also understand it.
Well, I
So
wanted to say something about the one photo, because there are so many, but
briefly, if you can.
it's yes, it's an aerial photo of the theater, the drama theater in Mariupol. When I look at that, that really just, I just pause. I have it on my phone.
That
Pause.
that is a photo we can all remember from Ukraine because we know what happened. Russia destroyed that theater with airstrikes, killing thousands of Ukrainians and Ukrainian children taking shelter there, even though they had painted in huge letters, children, children, children. Russia does not give a damn. Sky Kiss, I'm going to move on to some more hands. Thank you so much. And that is a photo from Ukraine we should keep in mind. To G-Man and to Forever Child.
Thanks, all.
like so many of you in America, I have a vivid memory of 9/11. My mornings were, at the time, rather peaceful because most of my suppliers' representatives were in North America. And so I was sitting about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe it was between 12, I'm not sure about exactly what time, having my lunch, scrolling on the internet. And somebody said something about something happened in New York. Something happened to the Twin Towers. And CNN was fired up CNN on the web, working in Nortel. We sort of built the internet at that time, so we had decent internet. And I saw the second plane hit and watched as they came down some minutes later. And I remember saying to my colleagues, that's an act of war. And little did I know that 20 years later, we'd still be dealing with the aftermath. But to Alan's point, I understand where you're coming from, but the House of the People, it's just a building, though. The mother of all parliaments was bombed in the Blitz. It's the people that it houses that are the people. If the worst came to the worst and the capital had been hit, it would be the people inside. That's more, it's more important. But I take your point. It's still a symbol of the United States, just as the House of Parliament are a symbol of the United Kingdom. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Well, you're right, of course, G-Man. It's always the people inside. And, the people I knew best were the policemen and the kitchen workers, the elevator operators, the guides. Sure, I knew some people who cast votes, but they weren't the most interesting people. If the U.S. Capitol had been struck on 9/11, I would have thought about everyone like me just doing their job. Whatever that job was, makes no difference. But I also would have been struck to the core, as I said, by the destruction of so much that makes a difference in the United States. This is the people's house. And it's the U.S. Capitol that's on the Hill, Capitol Hill in Washington. It's not the White House, the executive mansion. And this is a part of the symbolic design of our capital. It's democracy on the Hill, looking over the executives that we from time to time give authority to help us govern democratically. But it's the people on the Hill, it's democracy on the Hill, on the high ground. I don't know. That's why it's an image I to this day am thankful I never saw. Forever Child, go ahead. Forever Child, go ahead.
Yes, I just got a low battery thing come up, but I won't talk that long. Um, the the pictures of 9/11 that that I remember were were not at they weren't on TV. They weren't on 9/11. They weren't in the papers or on TV. I was invited to attend a Rotary meeting, and a photographer gave a special presentation of pictures in his collection, and um, those were pictures that were never shown publicly. And I know that the same will be true about um, Ukraine and Israel and Gaza. There'll be pictures that we will never see because they're simply too awful to be shown to the public. Um, the the first chilling moment I had connected to 9/11 happened on September 1st, where I was in Lincoln, Nebraska, and the public radio station in Omaha. Um, I always had news come on to wake me up and not a buzzer. And the very first thing that happened with the clock radio was a voice from Omaha saying there's presently a worldwide alert for terrorist activity for all military installations. And I heard that, and I never once found it reported in any media after that. But I know it sent an absolute chill down me because I had never, ever heard of a worldwide red alert for terrorist activity. And I thought this can't be true. Somebody's made a mistake. But yes, the no matter what we see, there's so much worse that we will not ever see, and and there's nothing for that but doing what we can where we are. Slava
Yep.
Ukraine.
Harom Slava. Just keep that in mind. For everything we see, there is worse we could see. You don't want to see it? Make a donation to MriyaReport.org. And I mean that seriously. I don't want any listener here 10 years from now to read a news story of a Ukrainian child being killed by a Russian landmine. And this could happen. So make a donation tonight. Go to the first tweet in the nest, or the second tweet in the nest, or the third tweet in the nest, and listen to what President Zelensky says about Russian mines, or go to the fourth tweet in the nest and listen to what Mick Ryan, retired Australian general, says about Russian mines in Ukraine. You want to make a donation that makes a difference for years to come? Help Ukraine demine. Help Ukraine locate and defuse every single of the more than 10 million mines that Russia has laid in Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. To kill Ukrainians. You can do it by going to MriyaReport.org, tapping in the tweets in the nest, following the links. Be as generous as you can. This is generosity that will save lives for years and years to come. James, please.
Yes, Alan. Yes, that's a good reason to donate money. It's one of the best. And I dumped something in the nest there, which is now in the first spot, just to talk about imagery. that I thought was one of the best images that should be projected. Some of the other ones are very dark. Alexander Seversky, I believe, is the gentleman's name, who was gunned down after he was, captured and shot. Or I'm sorry, after he was captured and said "Slava Ukraini," and horrible imagery, very powerful. It showed his bravery, but the whole effect of it, um, really all you want to share is just that freeze frame before the shooting started. The one I put in the nest is Snake Island. The guy giving the ship the finger on the stamp, and I found that to be what I think, after I thought about it tonight, was the kind of the best image that I liked of the war, because it is a very positive one. It might not make it on the front page. The kiddies can't see a raised middle finger, can they? No. But it does display resistance and the resolution and the bravery that I think we want. And it's got the secret yellow and blue code in it there with the water and the ground. And it's a beautiful image. And so one of my questions for anybody who's up or anybody listening is there one that's better for, like, displaying sort of the positive side? And I thought that the other kind of imagery, not necessarily like snapshot image, but imagery, was Zelensky visiting Bakhmut. That was very powerful to me, that he was there front line, braving it out, where no national leaders usually go, right up close to the front. It just usually doesn't happen. It doesn't make sense in some ways, and in other ways it's exactly what the soldiers, I think most of them enjoyed and liked, and so it was the right move at the right time, but also very dangerous. I don't think they'd let Joe do that. He got as close as he did get to Kiev, right? But that's another piece of imagery, was his speech in Warsaw, where he said at the end, pretty sure off script, pretty far off script, where he said, "Good God, this man has got to go," or Putin, that is. And so powerful stuff. So I just wondered if other people had, especially photographic kind of pictorial images, that they were strong and positive. And maybe I'm misunderstanding how to view or how to interpret that picture of the man who was gunned down. And maybe that is more positive than I think. Maybe other people think it is. But anyway, that was my question: was if other people got other images that are in this ballpark that you want projected. Thanks.
Thanks, James. I don't think you're misinterpreting that photograph of the Ukrainian prisoner of war who was shot in cold blood by his Russian captors. I don't think you're misinterpreting it at all. It's a hopeful photograph because it shows the courage and the resilience and defiance of the Ukrainian people. How is it different from Nathan Hale, a revolutionary hero who said, "I have but one life to give," and he gave it for his country. It's the same feeling of this Ukrainian soldier. It's no different. And there are examples of such soldiers and patriots. And patriots come from countries all over the world, by the way. Patriots don't only live in your country or in my country. They live in Ukraine. They live in every country in the world. People who stand up for freedom and democracy, people who stand up for others, people who stand up in the darkest hours that their countries and their fellow citizens face. And this is the other thing we have to remember. It's the people who live through the darkest hours and who carry us through to the light. So, no, you don't misinterpret that photo in any way, James. To G-Man, to For Every Child.
Just in a lighter mood, I just put a photograph into the nest. Part of it is serious. I mean, it's the leaders, the world leaders who at different times journeyed into Kyiv. Sometimes even when it was still pretty risky to do so. And it's always risky. There's always a chance of something happening. But Boris Johnson in this photograph, now this is a very rare photograph because it also happened to have happened to have a NAFO fella as his bodyguard. Not many people see photographs like that because they are pretty sensitive, usually marked top secret. But I thought I'd just share that one with y'all.
NAFO is everywhere. NAFO guards all of us. And, G-Man, I love this photo because there is the NAFO guard protecting both Volodymyr Zelensky and Boris Johnson. That you think they are at risk? No. There is a NAFO fella standing guard. Magnificent photo. Absolutely magnificent.
You know what else is a really good photo to come out of this? And it wasn't meant to be a photograph. But it ended up happening. Is the It's My Background banner. The immortalized freeze frame of that soldier in a trench saying, we're lucky they're so fucking stupid. And it's also a meme at the same time, and it absolutely wrote itself, and the damn thing doesn't run out of gas. You had Volodymyr and now Avdiivka, and Avdiivka is turning out to be Volodymyr 2.0 plus Bakhmut after a meth bender. And they're just shoveling tanks and IFVs into this thing one after another. And it's like, we're lucky they're this fucking stupid. There's just no reason to do that unless, yeah, I mean, it's like Chuck says, this is borderline criminally negligent practice. But that became an immortal photo, and I've actually seen it in some mainstream publications now. So when the books and movies are made, that's one I think you're going to see out of this, because it's true. And you can't. One of the things with the war is this is one of the first real heavy on social media, to the point, stuff on Twitter ends up getting cited by CNN and BBC. So you will see that kind of stuff out of this, and that was just a very cool image.
I almost think, fella, that the Russians fighting in Avdiivka they have figured out how to end this war as quickly as possible, and that's just to follow the orders of their commanders. Throw 1,000 Russian soldiers, 20 Russian main battle tanks, another 20 armored infantry fighting vehicles into the battle. Let us all get destroyed. And how long can Russia last with such tactics?
And straight damn line. That's what blows my mind. They're just like, kill me. That's basically what they're asking. They're moving in straight damn lines. Amazon Prime.
So Russian Prime, they haven't quite figured it out. It means Russian Prime targets. That's what it means. RPT, prime targets for Ukrainian artillery, Ukrainian snipers, Ukrainian tanks, Ukrainian forces on the flanks. Good Lord, Avdiivka. I'm so happy that the Russians have figured out once again how to fight this war. Just throw people straight up, keep them coming, and it's going to be over. It's going to be over in Avdiivka. It's not going to be over in this war.
No, and they're just about as bad in the areas they're getting pushed out of now, south of Bakhmut. I was watching a tank and IFV looked like a Bradley, and it shot like a Bradley. Just walking up this trench line to a T intersection from a drone, just blasting. And they didn't stop. And the Russians don't even appear to have any tank munitions anymore, any rockets at least. Because if they were shooting back, it wasn't with anything but small arms. And the Russians are feeding them in there, desperate to keep that area, and they don't even have what they need to deal with what's in front of them, which is a good problem for Ukraine.
It strikes me, fella, that the Russians, in a way, don't know what's coming for them, and they don't know what they're fighting against. Because if they did, they would break contact, retreat in as orderly a way as possible, and set up new defensive lines somewhere to the east. This would be to the east in Donetsk, or in Zaporizhia, Kherson, somewhere to the south. But they don't do it. This is what Chuck says every damn Tuesday and Thursday. The Russians don't do it. They don't make the sensible decision that any, as he puts it, any junior at Stanton Military Academy would make. And the Russians aren't taking these decisions.
No, they aren't. And it's professional misconduct. But you know what? It can't go on forever, but it can still go on for quite a while. Looks like we do have some hands.
So I think the order is for Everchild and Skykiss.
Oh, just real quick. Yes, that's absolutely iconic with the prisoner, the Ukrainian prisoner that's standing tall and unquestionably defiant, saying "Slava Ukraine," and even in my mind, when I think of that picture, or when I see that picture, I also remember the Russian soldiers and how they hang their heads and just slump in defeat in their pictures. And between the two, it's just a stunning comparison between the two military groups. Um, there was something more I was going to say, but it doesn't come to me. No, I absolutely thank you for your comments, Alan, and uh, they're, you're spot on. Slava Ukraine.
Aram Slava. Sky Kiss and James, please.
Yeah, as far as NAFO is concerned, expansion is non-negotiable. That's why we're everywhere. And that meme about about them being stupid, yeah, that's one of my favorites. It makes me laugh. It really does. And I don't use it all that frequently, but where appropriate. Yep, it's a good one. And we love our tractor stamps. Those are fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sky Kiss. James.
Yes. So Lita offered up the tractor stamp image, and that's a great one. And I'll get something up in the nest for you for every child, because I think there's agreement that Alexander. Oh boy, he's got a tongue twister last name. But Alexander
Commission?
No, Matsievsky, the man that was gunned down. That guy. So, yeah, it is a very strong image. And I believe, is there a statue already? I thought there was a statue already. Maybe not.
Well, I know there are murals, and there could be a statue. But I do know there are murals. Fella, we should move on to more news from Ukraine as we gather it tonight. I'll come up with a few bits of news. You've told us some news from the battlefront, from Avdiivka, etc. Earlier tonight, we were talking about the abducted Ukrainian children. And someone has a hot mic here. But I was struck by reading a report from the Kyiv Independent that in Belarus, Belarusian state media actually broadcast images of authorities in the Belarusian city of Novopolast, showing a group of Ukrainian children taken from Russian occupied parts of Ukraine. They showed these images to foreign diplomats, supposedly creating this story of bringing Ukrainian children to safety, when we all know that these Ukrainian children have been abducted into terror, inside Russia, far from their parents and family in Ukraine. So this report from Belarusia goes on to say that there are as many as 20,000 Ukrainian children who have been taken into Belarusia, and Belarusian authorities have confirmed that. And again, you have to put this word into air quotes, that Belarusia is hosting Ukrainian children. Well, give me a break. This is why the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for both Vladimir Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, who is the Russian Children's Rights Commissioner. She herself has adopted. Again, I put that phrase, that verb, adopted, into air quotes. Has adopted Ukrainian children. It is a story, as Beneficial said earlier tonight, that media needs to follow, needs to report on, not just once, but week after week after week. Christopher, go ahead, please.
Oh, good morning, Alan, or good evening. Sorry, that was me for the hot mic. It's one of those. My brain was saying, "Raise your hand." My thumb hit the microphone. I somewhat tangentially to the conversation of images and the power of propaganda. I follow a few Chinese bloggers, and there's this one called China Story, which is kind of an interesting. He basically takes apart CCTV's, China's state media television's broadcasts, and he says basically Beijing never criticizes friends, and those friends are in air quotes. And Hamas, Syria, Iran, Axis is not to be condemned. Russia wages long, bloody war of invasion without a peep from Beijing. And then Xi is the toast of the town. Xi is so popular. And from last night's broadcast, the China State TV kept the focus on Gaza. It details Israel's bombing campaign without once addressing today or any day in the last week the horrific Hamas attack inside Israel. So that's it's the TV, when you have a situation where you have a completely captive audience and the information space and is being controlled completely by the government. There's not much. I mean, I know China. There's a lot of the population that has a VPN and things like that, but coming from the state apparatus, where he says he goes on to say China has not and probably will not condemn Hamas. It's playing an amoral geopolitical game where the only thing that counts is bolstering what Beijing perceives, rightly or wrongly, to be to its petty advantage. And so the visuals that are coming through on TV are the bombings. I just thought that was telling. Over.
Thanks, Christopher. Yeah, it is telling. It's absolutely telling. You can never expect China to step forward in any kind of international debate when it comes to justice and condemning terrorism. They'll never do that. But as you say, this is very telling. And I believe that Putin is scheduled to meet with Xi in China next week as China celebrates its 40th anniversary of their Belt and Road initiative. This is China's attempt to rope in maritime countries primarily into a global transportation network that China was going to finance, but not finance honestly. They were going to loan these countries sufficient money to build the global transportation network that China was trying to build. And then, of course, they would impose, they would impose payment deadlines that the countries in the Belt and Road Agreement might not have been aware of. And you know what? There were countries like Italy who had signed on to this Chinese enterprise. Fella, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I'd sent you a DM, by the way. But China's Belt and Road, it's been falling apart for the last couple of years, but all that really was extortion rebadged and given a flashy label. Um, and it's what now they can't even afford that kind of stuff with the issues they're having right now, right? But it the axis of assholes is not having a good year, and I am happy for it, and long may that continue.
This is a much better name, the axis of assholes, much better than the axis of terror. We can't really use axis of evil anymore. It's been used too many times. But I think axis of assholes, you've really hit on it, fella. That's what I'm going to put up in the title of, oh, wait, I can't. I think we would be censured for that anatomical word. Oh, of course, we all have one.
I mean, just give them another, give them a semi-legit reason, like they need one, but it is apt, and if and that's why I read out the news about that carrier going in. That does bring our total up to 3, which I went back and checked, and yeah, I think that's it's going to be 3 active in that area. That doesn't really happen, not unless you're wanting to send the biggest unmistakable message, or somebody's about to get some democracy. That's the 2 basic reasons 3 end up in one spot, and usually we just send the message with 2. 3 don't happen.
Yeah, so it's the Gerald Ford, the Dwight Eisenhower, and is it the George Washington that is actually steaming to the Mediterranean now?
That's what I'm seeing, and because I think it was in Norfolk, and I will be down in that area tomorrow. So, because I've heard that it hasn't left port. I'll be finding out. But and if it's headed there, if it just left today, yeah, you probably 3 to 5 days, something in that range. Probably slightly towards the longer end. I don't really know how fast they go, but I've heard some stories.
So I think that George Washington left Norfolk yesterday or a couple of days ago. But it's not just about U.S. Aircraft carriers being deployed to the Eastern Mediterranean. It's the entire, obviously, the entire carrier strike force. It is it's Marines on landing vessels. The force that America has just deployed and is deploying to the Eastern Mediterranean is probably the most powerful concentration of military force in the world today. The most powerful concentration of military force in the world today, sent by America, is gathering in the Eastern Mediterranean. It's there for deterrence, and it will surely deter. I talked to John Spencer about this the other night. what does deterrence look like? There's the deployment of forces, and then there is the use of force. That's a a, a demarcation line that's in the future.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't find out, but there is there is a whole bunch of find out stored on those 3 boats. I think each one of them is equivalent air power to the majority of European nations, just in number of planes. So yeah, Iran can play around. They made some proclamations today, and I do believe that's why there's 3 boats there. Is deterrence. Iran can fuck around, and that is the find out. Although I don't even know that Israel would need it, but there's the find out. And we have some hands, and I don't know if it was G-Man or Prince Heather, or if you want to pull co-host privilege there, Prince.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I do not believe that there are 3 aircraft carrier groups going. Per the Department of Defense release by Lloyd Austin today, he is sending the Dwight D. Eisenhower to the Eastern Mediterranean. I see nothing about the George Washington being there. It is the Dwight D. Eisenhower going to join the General Ford, or Gerald Ford. So yeah, those are the 2 aircraft carrier groups that will be in the Mediterranean. I see nothing about a 3rd aircraft carrier group going there.
Okay. And that could be people got boat names confused and I was reading.
So far as I know, the George Washington has left Norfolk for Europe. Where its final destination is, we'll find out. So there is the possibility of 3 carrier strike groups in the Eastern Mediterranean. Let's wait and see. And would 3 carrier strike groups be overkill? Let's wait and see. G-Man.
Yeah, I'd heard that the Washington was leaving port, and I've been trying to find confirmation of that. What's more interesting, well, to me, interesting, is that HMS Prince of Wales is at Norfolk, and now she's there to conduct her F-35 trials. But I had also, somebody had mentioned, I had read somewhere that that she might also sail. Now I'm sort of dubious because they really do need to have that flat top qualified for the F-35, F-35Bs. So I suspect that she's not going anywhere, but we'll see. So, fella, if you're in Norfolk, have a look. The aircraft carrier with 2 islands on a ski deck, ski jump.
Yeah, I'm having to go to somewhere down in Virginia Beach, and the route I take, you have to basically pass through all of them. Norfolk, Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach is simply a question of which side of which bridge are you on.
So, I am so happy, fella, to see Prince here with us, because in 11 minutes, I'm going to say good night. You know what? If Prince allows me, if she is truly ready, I might say good night before the next 11 minutes. Prince, is that possible?
Yes, but I will drop down as long as there's somebody who's able to give me a lift early. I will drop down to listener because that's how I prefer to come up.
So I'll check on that. Prince will check on that too. It's been most enjoyable, and really not a long day here at Maria Report whatsoever. If you ever have to spend 8 hours with some of the best people you can be with, come here to Maria Report. You won't be able to leave. Retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. We're on air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine, bringing you Ukrainian voices, bringing you opportunities to help Ukraine. Just go up into the nest, check the well, it's now the fifth tweet in the nest. It is a fundraiser to deliver metal detectors to Ukraine to help Ukraine demine, to locate all the Russian mines, more than 10 million, locate them, defuse them, and save Ukrainian lives. So go to the fifth tweet in the nest, the sixth tweet, the seventh tweet. This is all information you might want to have about the demining operation that Ukraine has to carry on, probably for the next decade. Stop and think about that. In your own hometown, there is a threat underfoot on the streets you walk every day, on the trails you take your children onto every day, on the bicycle paths you pedal every day. Along every one of these routes you travel, there is a mine laid by Russians that can kill you or cripple you. This is this is the task that Ukraine faces. It will take them 10 years to locate and defuse every single Russian mine laid across the Ukrainian landscape. Your donation tonight will send metal detectors to Ukrainian deminers. It will help right now, but you know what? It'll help 10 years from now. It could potentially save Ukrainian children that haven't even been born yet. But they'll walk around their towns, they'll go into the forests, they'll look for mushrooms, they will work with their fathers and grandfathers on farmland. All of these areas need to be demined. So your contribution tonight to demining in Ukraine will make a tremendous difference. Follow the links in the nest or go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, be as generous as you possibly can. That's Maria Report, MRIYA Report. When we say Maria, we mean dream. That's what it means in Ukrainian. A dream for the future, a dream for freedom, a dream for security and safety, a dream for prosperity, a dream that will bring Ukraine to final victory over Russia. Maria, it means dream. But I'm telling you tonight, don't dream, do. Don't dream, take action. Go to MriyaReport.org. Make a generous contribution, just as generous as you possibly can.
Alan, before you go, I just wanted to say, disregarding all the hands, thank you. You're one of the most inspiring and level-headed, calm co-hosts which serve for Maria Report, and I just want to thank you for that before I also drop down. Thank you.
Thank you, Lie Sniper. To my embarrassment, there is no blushing emoji that we can use here on Twitter because I need one. Because you make me blush. I'm not here to do anything or say anything that doesn't come straight from my heart. And there are hundreds more people here on MriyaReport who are so much better at doing and saying than I can possibly do.
Oh, shut up.
But
Shut up.
thank you.
You're great. You know that. Thanks.
Yeah, it's been absolutely great hosting with you this evening, and you do make this incredibly easy on me. On top of having a voice absolutely meant for radio. So, and I guess while we're doing our co-host swap, well, we had Bill Barron had his hand up, and now he dropped entirely. If he had connectivity issues or what.
You know how much I love radio, fella, and Twitter is radio to me. In fact, I love to say, see you on the radio, just the way Charles Osgood used to say on television, because he had a great radio voice. He was a great radio correspondent for CBS News. So I can say, see you on Twitter. Love you all. Thank you all so much for spending time with me and keeping the minutes going fast and the conversation focused and meaningful. Thanks to all of you. I will drop down, fella. I'll say goodnight. And I'll tell you the one most meaningful phrase in Ukrainian I've learned. It's not the only phrase in Ukrainian I've learned, but it means the most to me to say it every night. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam
Heroam
Slava.
Slava.
And with that, we're gonna. I saw some hands before everybody unmuted there for a second. Need to maybe change that mechanic at some point. I think it was James, then Christopher.
Yes. Yeah. No. Thank you, Alan. He's got a great radio voice. I have a great radio face. So, anyways, I'm going to clean up the nest a little bit, and I had a question about that. Did I miss Chuck this morning about 12 hours ago? I see these maps up here. No, it's not a serious question. I'm going to clean up the stuff that we put up there, G-Man. Yeah, these were good positive images, unless dealer's choice, unless the next co-host would like to keep any of that. I'm tempted to leave them all away, but I can stay and clean them up. So anyways, but it's been great to listen to everybody. Really good discussion, I think, about what moves people and what we can do to move people. And the money's going to help directly, and our advocacy will help just as much, perhaps even more, because the government that we've got has got billions. And if we can talk them into that, that's really good news. So let's talk our representatives into supporting democracy in Ukraine, freedom from Russia, freedom from oppression, freedom from the tyranny that they have. And we've been learning a lot of ways that they really are evil, and we should stop that. So, yeah, it's been a great discussion. Thanks. And I see Prince is up, so I'll just turn it back over to her.
Yeah, I want to welcome up Prince this evening. How have things been out your way?
Things are going well. It looks like just checking here. It looks like the USS George Washington is in Japan, as there was a meeting on board within the last 24 hours. It looks like, with somebody welcoming the ship, the carrier group, to Japan. Yokosuka Mayor. Yeah, I do just as good with Japanese names as I do as Ukrainian. Visits the USS aircraft carrier. So yeah, it looks like they are in Japan for the moment. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that is what it looks like. So they ship spotting is not my strong suit, but that's what I get from looking at Twitter. We will see how that goes. Anyway, so yeah, welcome to this evening. We are going to do our SBU stuff here in a bit. I'm not sure of the order of hands. If it was Bill or Christopher first, I'm gonna go with Bill first. Fella, I believe. Well, now he dropped down. Okay.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Bill.
he was next. Yeah.
Hi. Hey, I have a carrier update. I took some notes the other night when Chuck was talking. And wait a minute, it's ringing 10 o'clock. 13 to 14 ships he believes will be in the Mediterranean. The Ford was in the Adriatic, as I recall, because Serbia was massing forces on the border. So the Eisenhower is going to replace the Ford, and the Ford will join. The Fifth Fleet or the Seventh Fleet. The Fifth Fleet is in. I don't know. It's alongside Turkey. I'm not sure if that's the Mediterranean or what sea that is. Yes, the Washington was out to sea, and he wasn't sure its destination. But I think it was the Washington didn't have an air wing yet, and or maybe it was the Eisenhower. But they said the air wing would catch up, no problem. But the Fifth Fleet is there in the sea off the coast, and things are moving right along with the U.S. Navy. Over.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Christopher?
Good evening, Prince. Good evening, fellow. I am just up here to read, I kind of missed the last end of the praise and compliments. I will echo those to our friend Alan. I agree. But I did want to say one more thing for Alan. When I was a small lad, we were stationed out in the South Pacific. And so Armed Forces Radio was the thing that we received. I received as a child. There was no television out there then. They hadn't gotten that together until right before we left. This is 74 through 78. But Paul Harvey was my favorite on the radio, because Paul Harvey would say, "And now the rest of the story." And it was always sort of a cliffhanger, and it was always sort of an unexpected, and he just delivered it with panache and with just. I was as a small lad, as a small person, I was rapt. So just wanted to add that to the conversation. And then it seems like the USS Carl Vinson out of San Diego is steaming towards its scheduled route somewhere in Asia. Its deployment was already pre-planned. I think some of these deployments were pre-planned, but the shuffling around of the Ford was an intentional show of force. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Christopher. And I think with that, it looks like NAFO Dave is going to be coming up to replace me. So, like 2 ships passing the night like normal. Prince, I bid you good night, and I will come back up as a speaker.
All righty. You have a good night. we will be joined soon by Tracy, and I think NAFO Dave will be joining us. There we go. Tracy will be joining us. I think NAFO Dave will be joining us, and we will be going through and talking about what has happened with the SBU this week. And the SBU has been very busy this week. I do have it up here. That's the wrong one though. I am getting a total of 22 cases that they publicized. So that is a lot of information, and there is a lot of stuff that happens, and that's just with the SBU. That doesn't count what the anti-corruption group does independently of the SBU, but they work on some things together. And a lot of the things that the SBU does fits into the category of anti-corruption also. Good evening, Tracy, or good middle of the night, Tracy.
Good something or other. Thank you, Prince. Hello.
Yeah, and I don't know if Dave is joining us. I didn't look to see. He says he's ready. Well, get on up here, Dave. Dave can sit in the co-host seat if he wants. That's fine. There he is.
No, go ahead, Tracy. I'm fine here.
Hi, Dave. Good to see you. I hope that things are going well for you too. Tracy, do you want to get us started with a couple of things while I go ahead and change the name of the title of the space?
I most certainly can. Let's get to the numbers, shall we? So let's have a look. This week we have 27 cases overall, or 27 perpetrators. That depends which way you look at it, I guess. In the strategic category, which is airstrikes and leaking locations of defence forces, military bases, troop movements, that kind of thing, or anything strategically important to the military. We have a total of 12 cases this week, or 12 perpetrators. 9 of them were detained. 2 of them received sentences, and 1 had a case built against them, so they were served suspicion. So it's just a case whether the court decides what happens after that. I'll just mention the ones that were sentenced in particular, because I think that's important, and they received life sentences, so that's very good. Moving on to the next category we have, which is embezzlement and extortion. So in that category there are 6 total, which is 2 detained and 4 sentenced. 1 was sentenced to 15 years, so that's a good sentence. Actually 2 sentenced to 15 years, so that's excellent. Be better if you get life, but unfortunately you don't get that for embezzlement and extortion unless it's classed as high treason, and then that's different. In the torture and fighting category, so this is where Ukrainians have specifically joined, like what they call militants, which is the DPR and the LNR, whatever they want to call themselves nowadays, or they've joined the ranks to fight, or specifically to hold captive, kidnap and torture Ukrainians. So in that category this week we have a total of 2. And that's cases built against them. One of those was actually an FSB sniper who killed 21 Ukrainians. So there's been a big comprehensive case built against him. So hopefully it won't be long to catch up with him. They'll have the case ready and he can go straight to court. In the political category this week, we have a total of 2, and both of those were detained. This is where people have been involved, usually in things like holding fake elections and that type of thing. So we class that as political. In the propaganda category, there's 1 built case, and that's against one of the women that people might know Diana, I forget her second name now, but everybody will know who I'm talking about. The propagandist who was one of Medvedchuk's crew, shall we say. But we'll go into that case later anyway. That's one of the cases I wanted to highlight for several reasons. So that's one category in that category, and that's the case built against her. In the evading category, which is like evading conscription, that type of thing, usually evading conscription, we have one detained, but although it's just one detained, that's actually three separate schemes that were uncovered. So that's quite a detailed case, and they've served suspicion to several other people, but we're just waiting to find out the details of what they post after that. At the moment, we just get the full details of the one person that they've detained. That's usually the case until they uncover all the rest of the information. And in corruption, we have 2 people detained in corruption this week. Again, that's a case that I will highlight later, because these people were involved in selling the position of the university rector. So 1, that's shocking in itself, but then 2, even more shocking that somebody actually wants to pay to buy the job. I wonder what benefits the job comes with, is what occurs to me, to make somebody pay. I think if I remember rightly off the top of my head, but we'll go through it later, it was $50,000. Certainly 50,000, but I can't remember if it was dollars or hryvnias. But
dollars.
Again,
It was.
was it dollars? Can
dollars.
you remember that?
Yeah, it was dollars.
It was staggering, wasn't it?
It really, really was. I was shocked.
And then in the one we have miscellaneous, which very rarely gets anything in it, but there's one case in it this week. Again, we'll highlight that later for several reasons. But this is a case where one person was detained, and again, a network was uncovered, which involved smuggling heroin through the EU and into Odessa. So specifically, Iranian heroin. Now, they chose to mention that, so I think that's significant, and I'm sure other people will think so too. So one person was detained in that category. So that's a total of 27. What do you think about those numbers?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good numbers. Keeping these things, going, and the steady stream, I think, is what I like to see more than anything. It's a steady stream of holding people accountable, right? But I do have a twist.
Go on, let's hear the twist.
Here is the twist. I was reading a report this week about the human rights situation in Ukraine. Yeah, I know that sounds a little odd to bring up during an SBU segment, but they made some very, very interesting points. And one of the recommendations to the Parliament and Cabinet of the Ministers of Ukraine was to bring the law on amending certain legal acts of Ukraine on introducing criminal responsibility for collaborative activity into line with international law. So what they are talking about here is introducing a thought, an idea that perhaps some of the people who are collaborating are being coerced and pressured and forced to collaborate in some situations. So it was something that I thought was really interesting, that I came up while I was reading through this report. In another section here, to the Office of the Prosecutor General, State Bureau of Investigation, and other law enforcement agencies, refrain from prosecuting individuals for collaboration when their cooperation with the occupying authorities was consistent with international humanitarian law and make an individual assessment in cases involving collaboration of whether and to what extent the accused individual cooperated with the occupying authorities under coercion or duress. What do you think of that, Tracy?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, I think they really do really well at considering that anyway, don't you? Because we have seen people where they've done investigations and then they've decided that certain people were forced to collaborate and certain people weren't forced to collaborate. So I do think they somewhat take that into consideration, but maybe they need to just, I don't know, change some things to make certain considerations different. What do you reckon? Because obviously they're going to make changes, otherwise that wouldn't be there, would it?
Exactly. I mean, these are recommendations from the UN Human Rights High Commissioner Grand Poobah or whatever she is. But these are, you know, these are recommendations, and what I find when I'm reading these kinds of reports is most of the time Ukraine maybe isn't able to implement them all in the reporting period, but for the majority of them, they're at least making progress during the reporting period, during the next reporting period. Like, you know, they made a recommendation 6 months ago and maybe they've started to implement it, but haven't completed. So that is just, that, you know, these are just a couple of interesting things that came up while I was reading this report. Another one was to refrain from prosecuting individuals in absentia for conflict-related crimes, in particular war crimes, when there is no evidence that defendants were aware of the trial or had waived their right to be present, and cease prosecuting POWs entitled to combat status under international humanitarian law for conduct which is in the substance of mere participation in hostilities, which is another interesting thing. You know, not, there was one case this week where a guy, I believe from DNR, was brought up on some charges. I'll have to look for it real quick. He was brought up.
Yeah, I think, did he get 15 years? Is that right? Is that the one you mean?
I don't remember if it was one that was sentenced or not. I can't keep all 30 cases straight in my mind at one time. But that's the thing is that, you know, can you, somebody who's from the DNR who decides, do they decide by themselves? Are they coerced to fight on behalf of Russia? What is the circumstances around that? And so can you prosecute, can you, because they're Ukrainian, can you prosecute them for high treason because they made the choice? I don't know. And that's, you know, these are all just questions I'm asking after reading this report and having some of these kinds of issues brought up that I didn't really expect to find in this report, but I thought it was very interesting and I thought I would mention it at least.
No, it's definitely interesting, and it kind of goes in line with two bits of general sort of security news, governmental type, that I was going to bring up later on anyway. Basically, I thought, well, I want to talk about the airstrikes this week because of the importance of some of the cases which you and I have discussed at some points, particularly the one about the attack on the Haroza village with the Iskander missile. But then obviously we'll talk about, I wanted to talk also about a little about Russian disinformation and propaganda around corruption. Specifically as well because of what's happening in Israel and the link that's then made between the disinformation and propaganda surrounded around both things. And then obviously government laws and changes, general security news. I thought we could have a break in the middle for some Ukraine news. If there's nothing that's coming in or anything breaking news, then we could go over the headlines. If you wanted to do that, I thought if we did that in the middle, that would make it easier for people editing. And then obviously we'll look at cases of interest, which are interesting, obviously, because of the relevance of them and the importance of them, or one thing or another. So, but yeah, two of those bits of news that I thought that were interesting, which I think related to what you were saying then. I don't know if you might not have had a chance to see it. Like you said, there's just so much to discuss or look at sometimes, isn't there? Even in just the SBU, never mind, like anything else. But there was, I'm just looking for it now, scrolling down the list. So the president, on the 2nd of October, the president had a meeting with the High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. And then on the 11th of October, Andrei Smirnov, which I believe is the head of the president's office, or the deputy head of the president's office, met with the board of directors and the co-chairs of the Legal Policy Committee of the American Chamber of Commerce. So we'll go into those a bit more later if you want, but I definitely think that one related to EU foreign affairs and security and policy, it is interesting as well. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
And sorry, as far as what you were saying about your interesting points there related to the DNR and everything, I've noticed in some cases when the DNR cases that they actually say that the people said that they voluntarily joined the organisations because they wanted to torture Ukrainians. Now that sticks out at me. It's something that I can't forget really, because it's quite a statement to make, isn't it? And I've seen it maybe 3 times in 3 of the cases. But I was thinking maybe they're considering people who were, forced to the front line, not people who voluntarily joined the ranks, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And the case, I found the case that I was thinking of, the case of the sniper guy. The SBU informed of a suspicion of an enemy sniper who killed 21 soldiers of the armed forces near Donetsk. Well, okay, so this guy, he was a resident of the temporarily occupied Donetsk who worked as a storekeeper in a local auto shop. In 2015, he joined the People's Militia of the DNR. There he received the call sign local and was trained in Russian combat training camps under the guise of special military forces instructors from the aggressor country. After training, he was appointed to platoons and yada yada. So he was, a sniper killing Ukrainian soldiers. A Russian sniper killing Ukrainian soldiers is part of war, and people don't typically get, charged with things like that. So this guy basically has been fighting with Russia since 2015, but he's now going to be held accountable for killing 21 of the Ukrainian armed forces near Donetsk. And that, I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say here? Is that he was Ukrainian, but he was living in the occupied territories, so he joined up with Russia, and now he's being sought after, served suspicion. I don't think that he was arrested. I don't remember, but it just oh, he is in custody. He is in custody, but he's charged with treason committed under martial law. So it's just that's something lawyers smarter than me are gonna have to figure out.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And this is why, prosecutors train for, goodness knows how many, a lot of years, just to be able to do the job normally, never mind to be able to have to judge cases, you know, under times of martial law and when your country's being invaded and everything else. So certainly it's going to take some studying, isn't it? But this is one of the cases that I wanted to bring up because, well, as you said, for several reasons, it's quite significant. And because it's killed 21 soldiers. I mean, how far do you go into these details? Do you go into the fact that could he have maybe had some opportunity to sometimes miss? Did he really need to kill 21 of them? Was he always supervised? Did he, you know, I mean, how far do you go into the grey area of where that line is between right and wrong in such a case like that?
Exactly, and that's what I think I think that there are probably clear answers in international humanitarian rights laws, and I just am not familiar enough with those humanitarian laws to be able to know the answer to that. Because, you know, when you are a combatant, you know, you aren't liable for shooting other combatants. You know, that is not considered murder, even though it is. Do you know what I mean? Even though you're technically killing somebody, you're combatant against a combatant, that's not considered murder.
No, absolutely, I know what you mean, and it's not considered a war crime either, is it?
Exactly. So it's, you know, trying to caution people, the Ukrainian prosecutors, to be careful not to try to charge people with things that aren't war crimes. Yeah, just because they can, I think is what it comes down to. I'm curious what Life Sniper is thinking. Life Sniper?
Oh,
yeah. Go ahead, Life Sniper.
I'm thinking that I can't hear someone. I don't know who spoke before you, but I just perhaps I say the same thing. But of course there's martial law, but there's not a war. It's a special military operation, of course. It's not a war. So if someone kills another person, then basically it's well, it's murder, in my opinion. Well, half jokingly, but basically, I think that's the matter. If someone in the Ukrainian starts killing the other Ukrainians, then I don't think there's any doubt that it's a murder. But I don't know who was speaking before me. Perhaps we can test if I can. Should I drop down?
It might be better if you recycle. Can you hear me right now, Life Sniper?
I can hear you. 5-5. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll recycle.
Okay.
Okay, I go down.
All right.
Yep. See you. Bye.
And that's an interesting point. It's not a war, but here's where I think the technicality comes in. They aren't the laws of war. I mean, even though we think of them, I think in a lot of ways of the laws of war, they are the laws of armed conflict. And the laws of armed conflict, I am sure, I you know, define who is a combatant and who is not a combatant. And that is sort of the key. What I'm talking about here is the definition of who is a combatant and who is not a combatant. And can you hold somebody who is a combatant for Russia, who is Ukrainian, accountable if they were a resident of Russia and decided to join them, or lived in one of the occupied territories, or the DNR or the LNR and decided to join Russia? You know, can you hold? Go ahead, Tracy.
Well, they have held these people accountable in previous cases, in such cases exactly like that. But what we don't get to hear in detail is exactly where the line is and how they've defined whether or not that person was somebody that was forced. Clearly, I guess from the sentences, they don't believe that that person was forced. Otherwise, maybe they couldn't receive that sentence then, if that was the case. For them to, in previous cases where they've been sentenced, they've been found guilty of that. So it's interesting, isn't it? But I notice in this case, it says that he was a sniper at the front line. So that would indicate to me that there's less chance of him having any kind of autonomy to be able to maybe choose not to shoot some and, you know, just shoot less people because he really didn't want to, he was being forced to. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. So anyway, I didn't mean to take such a big, huge detour on this. So let's continue moving forward with the show plan, and it's, you know, just something to keep in the back of our minds that a couple of these things have been pointed out to Ukraine as just things that they need to keep an eye on and be careful of, and yeah.
No, I think it's good that we point these things out, because that's the whole thing of showing everybody, isn't it? That, you know, that Ukraine is adhering to that rule of law, just as we're all expected to in all the countries, whether it's EU or, you know, any modern democratic free society. It's important to keep pointing those things out. So I'm glad that you brought that. It doesn't really matter if we take a detour from any plan, I think, as long as we're just talking about the same subject for the same reasons. What do you think?
Yep, I think we got a couple of hands, so let's go to the couple of hands. Dave, I don't know, do you have any input on this? I'm not trying to ignore you. You put your hand up. Dave?
Oh, I didn't put my hand up.
Okay.
I just was agreeing. Yeah, but I think this is important to bring up, that because this is going to be kind of an interesting case to look at as they move forward, because as you said, this is not a war, it's a special military operation according to Russia. And so in that case, does any of the you know, standard rules of war as defined by Geneva actually follow, you know, play a role in this, or are they just going to look at him as a traitor under the martial law rule, where he was in Ukraine and they set up the martial law, you know, they established martial law, and then he went ahead and went against that? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer either, but I think it's interesting questions here.
That made me laugh because it sounded like you're not a liar, and liar, lawyer, whatever. Anyway,
Oh, sorry, that's just my Oklahoma accent coming
that's
out.
okay. It just made me giggle. I don't, Tracy, I think for every child had her hand up first, and then we'll go back to Light Sniper. Does that sound right to you?
Well, NAFO Dave threw a curved ball in there. If a Ukrainian under martial law left the country when he wasn't allowed to, then he's already broken some laws before he got into uniform and to fight with Russia. Is that the scenario, that he's in uniform fighting with
No.
Russia?
Well, yes, he is in uniform fighting with Russia, but he
So
has been in the DNR since 2015. He has been fighting on the side of Russia since 2015.
Yeah, Ukraine does such a beautiful job with their laws, and I just so admire what they're doing. I'm not sure how their law is written, but Russian soldiers that refuse to fight are shot on the spot. So there's that.
Exactly. You're in a occupied area, and if you refuse to fight, you're shot on the spot. Is a definite possibility also. So those, you know, there's a lot of things to consider. And if I had my mic hot while I blew my nose, I apologize. I totally thought I had muted it. Oh, there are times, I tell you. Go ahead, Light Sniper.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, well, basically, for every child that stole my thunder a bit, because my thought was that you can force a sniper to go to the front line, but you can't force him to hit. So basically, if he's forced there, he might just miss and be a lousy sniper and be pulled back or whatever. So if a sniper goes to the front line and has success, so to say, then that is a proof for me that he's motivated and he's not necessarily just being forced there. So, but he's taking his job, or he has a personal goal as a sniper. I can say that. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's that. And back to the co-host. Back to your plan, Tracy. As far as Tracy puts together such a beautiful show outline every week that I sort of threw a curveball into it here, even though I should have thought of it before and mentioned it. I honestly, unfortunately, didn't think about that tie-in until we started. So, Tracy, do you want to plow ahead with what we've got planned?
That's okay, Prince. It's not a problem. I mean, there's no real anything set in stone, is there? Like, really, I just do the show plan to try and help me be more organised. That's all. There's nothing, like I say, we can go wherever we go or wherever the news takes us, or even wherever the hands or conversation takes us. So, if you want to come up and talk to us, please do. Anybody, come and join the panel. Ask some questions. Maybe you've got a topic in security related news or anything to do with laws and government news in security, anything like that, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, I want to talk about disinformation this week a little bit as well, because, well, we've seen so much disinformation, haven't we, anyway, as the military things have increased and, you know, as Ukraine have done better on the battlefield, it's just gotten worse and worse from Russia. And then this happened with Israel and them being attacked as well by terrorists. And then, well, I mean, the fire hose of nonsense is really the only way to describe it, I think, isn't it? Even in terms of seeing old propaganda recycled, such as nonsense about Ukraine selling weapons. I mean, early in the beginning, in the first scale invasion, it was accusations of Ukraine selling Western weapons donated to them on the black market and this and that and the other. All these videos came on YouTube, and then some investigations were done by BBC and Bellingcat, and that proved all those were fake. And then now we've seen the same again, haven't we, recently this week? Or Hamas have got their weapons from Ukraine. So there's been lots of news that's come out from the GUR as well. They've reported on all the meetings that Hamas have had with Russia and all the, you know, links there. So there's plenty of evidence to support that. So, and then I don't know if you've heard as well, Prince, about all the nonsense about Olena Zelenska supposedly buying loads of jewelry while she was in the USA and having this Russian passport and just a whole fire hose of nonsense. You must have not been able to escape it.
Yes, it was all a big, huge fire hose of nonsense with Mrs. Zelenska doing things that she didn't do. And, you know, I've really noticed, you know, Russia is such a master at disinformation. I mean, that is something that we've learned. And we've seen that repeatedly over the last, 20 months with what is happening in Ukraine in the things that they have been pushing and saying that that are happening. And realistically, I think the fire hose of bullshit has just increased in size. Maybe it was a 2-inch hose before and now it's a 4-inch hose. And I think that that's probably very conservative size wise. but the fire hose of Russian bullshit has multiplied in size in the last week, and that is, week and 1 day. Let's put it that way. And I think we know why, because Russian disinformation is being spread. More disinformation is being spread over what is happening in Israel, and so it's something that we're seeing more and more. Fortunately, we've gotten used to seeing it for what it is when it comes to Ukraine, and I tell you, I honestly have fallen for some things when it comes to Israel that turned out to be extremely fake and false. So we're having to learn that too. And so in the meantime, while we're distracted trying to figure out a whole new stream of BS, they're trying to sneak some other stuff in there, that hoping that we won't notice because we're busy with other stuff. But things like Mrs. Zelenska, yeah, we're gonna catch that because that's just stupid. That's just not Mrs. Zelenska. Period. Dave.
Well, I would say that we're not dealing necessarily with a fire hose anymore. This is more like a poo fountain, which Russia, as you know, are very adept at creating in many forms. So, yeah, I don't think this is now a fire hose. This is more like a sewer main spouting its contents into the air.
That I have to agree with. Now I have to ask, did anybody see the spontaneous poo fountain that erupted from the wall while a student and a teacher were sitting on a bench right in front of it?
I did see that. That's what I was thinking of.
Yes, yes. The sewer main of bullshit erupted in the hallway of a school. It looked like straight out of the wall, and it was hilarious. Christopher, go ahead.
So that reminds me of if anybody has been to Seattle, there's Bill Spidel's underground tour, and it talks about it's really pretty cool. But the initial toilets that went in to that area were were made by a gentleman named John Crapper, and from what I remember from the tour, but there was that fountain of poo. That's why that some of the toilets are raised up on platforms because they couldn't quite get the sewer lines worked properly. So I think of that every time somebody says this line. But if I could, I'd like to add to the propaganda part, if that's all right.
Absolutely, Christopher.
All righty. So we've noticed a whole lot of things that have been going on. Most of us have been talking when we speak about seeing the stuff in our feeds, and it's a lot more than normal. A couple of things have tried to the EU has tried to counter this a little bit because the EU sent Elmo a letter saying that he really needs to get his act together and start to police the information that's coming out and not stir the pot. I think they gave him an extension on that for that information to come to them, but at least the big somebodies are trying to do that. I think they also did this with TikTok. The other, like, there was one that was Russians that the disinformation that Ukrainian weapons were given to Hamas. That was another one. I don't know exactly where that was. They suggested that terrorists are using weapons from Ukraine, and that's certainly not true. It's interesting that we're trying to get two birds with one stone here. And then the other thing that I thought that was kind of horrible, but the propagandists in Russia, as soon as this event happened, were metaphorically dancing with glee. Sorry, they there's no real evidence. I don't think I haven't seen any real evidence that Russia really knew about the impending attack. And there was a meeting back in March with Hamas. They sent a delegation over to see Vlad and to presumably tell him that they were completely fed up with the situation and they were coming to the end of their rope and yada yada yada. It seems like the citizens and certainly the propagandists, this guy Dmitry Steshin. He's the guy that's on the Russia Today or Russia Tonight or whatever that one that the show that puts out all the propaganda. Well, he's the one that openly calls for genocide. He said on his Telegram, he said, not a drop of pity or sympathy for the Israelis, including former Russian citizens, describing them as relocants. That they were able to. The thing I think was that we're seeing as the result of this is that the mechanisms are all in place to be able to turn out these falsehoods, and they just turned them on or collaborated with each other, collaborated and got the information out as a singularness. It surprises me that the speed of it, but I probably shouldn't be surprised at this point. Over.
No, I shouldn't be surprised. The poo fountain of bullshit is increased, and now it's not just coming out of the toilets. It's not just coming out of the sewer caps in Moscow. It's coming out of the walls, and it seems to be seeping from everywhere. And you started asking, has anybody ever been to Seattle? And I'm like, okay, yeah. I thought you were going to start talking about the chewing gum wall, which I don't even know that I've ever seen. But if you live in the area, you know about the chewing gum wall. It's like disgusting, but an attraction. Anyway, who wants to go and go put your chewing gum on the wall. You have added to the contemporary piece of art. Okay, Tracy, back to you.
Thank you, Prince. I just wanted to, before I forget, point out, you made me think of something when you said about recognising the propaganda, because it is true that most of us that are regulars to this space and that have been here for a while have learned the skills and learned to be able to recognise the Russian propaganda regarding Ukraine much more easily than any other type of propaganda, I would guess, because we just deal with that every single day. And that's one of the good things in a way, because that's one of the things that MriyaReport does so wonderfully. And then we can then teach that to other people and show other people and get the truth out there. But with the Israel thing, I'm like you, I don't know enough about the situation to be able to judge really what's propaganda and what's not. And certainly when it comes to videos and pictures, first of all, we don't know if they're genuine until they're verified or until more information comes out. And then second of all, even if it's just data, you still don't know. There's been a couple of occasions when I'm like you, I've looked at things and I thought, I've sort of believed it. And then afterwards it's come out that it's maybe not 100% fake, but certainly a lot of propaganda sprinkled in there. And that's the way they do it, isn't it? They take that tiny grain of truth and they mix it with enough propaganda to make people confused and then really to make people disengage completely because they just don't know where to turn. So that's why I thought it was important that we discuss it today, even though it's not exactly SBU related. I do think that there are a couple of cases that we can go over recently that are related. And And also the Armed Forces of Ukraine pointed out this week, they made a post this week saying that the first meeting of the Hamas, when Hamas visited Moscow for the first time, was in 2006. And that was just after the elections, in which the terrorists won. That's how they put it, which is really correct. I'm not going to read that part because that's what the Hamas leader said, and we don't care what he said. But since then, they say such meetings have taken place on a regular basis. And for example, the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov hosted representatives of Hamas in 2022. So again, it's just proving those links, that they are there for everybody to see. If we can get people to come to the right sources to find out this information and to learn from each other like we all do here. So I just thought those things are important to mention. What do you reckon, Prince?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to mention really quick here. There is a journalist with the BBC who verifies disinformation, conspiracy theories, verification, AI, open source investigations, extremism, those kinds of things. Shayan Sardazidia. And it's in the second tweet in the nest, because I put a fundraising tweet in the first one. But this is an example from what is happening in Israel. But if you want to, see if something is true or not, I suggest following this guy and, just keeping an eye out. Mostly I've been seeing, things that I have flown by my screen that I've sort of taken note of, but not really retweeted or shared or anything like that. And sure enough, not too long afterwards, all of a sudden, here comes a tweet from him saying, well, this tweet was shown, a million times, and this is actually a convoy that happened down in, back in 2021, and it's not actually what's happening right now. And so, so he's a really good guy to follow. I mean, since I think we focus on Ukraine, and yes, we've been talking about Israel a bit, especially with Yehuda and M coming up and sharing with their very specific knowledge of the area, and and having Yehuda having so much family who has been called up in Israel, and M basically having Israel in his backyard. We are following that just a little bit, but of course, Ukraine is our primary focus. But I thought, just since we're talking about the poo fountain of bullshit that has started to flow, I would put that up there and use an example from what is happening in Israel to give everybody a source to look for, to follow, to be able to see what some of these disinformation and false videos and images are. And since I mentioned it, of course, we are fundraising for metal detectors for Ukraine, because the war truly won't be over until the last mine is out of Ukraine. And so if we can do anything to help get 1 or 2 or 3 mines out of Ukraine, who knows? It could be after the conflict is over and Russia has gone back home. There are still going to be millions of mines that need to be found. And perhaps we can help raise money for a metal detector that finds the last mine in Ukraine and ends the conflict. Can't say that will happen for sure. Boy, wouldn't that be nice, though. Perhaps we can provide a metal detector that will save the life of somebody who will make a big, huge difference in our world in the future. And so that is something to keep in mind. So if you have a couple of pennies, have a couple of shekels, have a little bit of money that is your disposable income, go ahead and donate to our metal detector drive that we are fundraising to send metal detectors to the which group is it? I think it's the emergency services. actually. Tracy, back to you, and I know NAFO Dave has his hand up too, so I'll let you decide, Tracy, what to do next.
Thank you, Prince. I just wanted to add some information as you were mentioning the fundraiser, because it's actually just this week that the Prime Minister of Ukraine reported some information regarding the mine situation. He's saying that 250 people have been killed and 500 others injured as a result of mines and explosive devices that the Russians have mined. Well, they basically mine everywhere, as we know, forests, farmland, schools, kindergartens, people that need rescuing, all sorts of different things. And according to the head of the Ukrainian government, the World Bank estimates that the cost of the full range of humanitarian demining works will be more than 37 billion US dollars. I mean, that's just a staggering amount, isn't it? Ukraine already has 3,000 deminers, and 29 of those, they're big automated demining machines that kind of look like big tractors or sort of a tank with, demining things on them that are automated. And even with that, in the last just under a month, 4,000 more square kilometres of land have been mined. The Minister of Strategic Industries reported in just at the end of October, I think it was the 21st, if I remember rightly, that 170,000 square kilometres of Ukraine was mined. And this report that the Prime Minister has put out says that 174,000 kilometres are now mined. So even with all that extensive work that they're doing and constant work day and night and all those donations and everything else, still 4,000 more square kilometres have been mined just in that short period of time. And I also think it's important to note that Ukraine wants to demine. The Minister of Strategic Industries, Alexander Kamyshin, said that their target is to demine within 10 years. And all the experts are saying that that's extremely ambitious. Now, I certainly believe that Ukraine will do that because that's just what they've shown us, that what they're capable of doing when they put their mind to it as a nation. However, even if they do, that means that a child born in 9 years' time could still die of a mine. And that's just really quite astounding to think of. So I just wanted to leave people with that thought. Thank you, Prince. And please go ahead, Dave. Sorry to butt in. Thank you.
Don't worry about butting in. This is something that I've been tracking. A lot of the demining is extremely important. I have a friend who's Cambodian. Both his parents were killed by mines in Cambodia, and it breaks my heart to think that here's another country. I think Ukraine is now estimated to be mined more than Cambodia, which was the previous world record holder. I think Ukraine has passed that up now, thanks to Russia's prolific mining capabilities. So this is something I'm sure we're going to have a recurring fundraisers for getting demining equipment. So this is your chance now. You can get in on the ground level and be one of the first ones to help get rid of these mines by donating. Go to MriyaReport.org and help Ukrainians in securing a safe future for the next generation. I did have something also to say about disinformation. For American readers, listeners especially, you can expect people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other Russian mouthpieces to be calling for us to stop giving aid to Ukraine, because then Ukraine, the weapons we give to Ukraine, is somehow going to end up in Hamas's hands. This has been spouted by Mrs. Space Laser Lady herself. So please be aware of that. If I'm sure you have friends and family that will hear this propaganda, and that's exactly what it is. All the American weapons that go sent to Ukraine, their serial numbers are tracked, and we know exactly where they are. If so, that's something to be aware of. And one more item for American football fans: Notre Dame has just upset USC 48-20. The luck of the Irish, you know.
Well, Ernie would tell you that too. He would agree. So yes, there is going to be there is, and the fire hose has expanded into a poo fountain, and I'm not sure what it's going to expand to next. I'm sure it will be a river and a waterfall. Ukrainian, go ahead.
Hey Prince, hey Tracy. Thanks for hosting this space. I was listening to some of the really interesting discussions today. Hey, yeah, I think it's great that MriyaReport is raising for the metal detectors for Ukraine to, help to deal with the terrible mining situation. It's going to take time, but I wanted to share with you a story I read in one of the news articles about plan that Ukraine has to deal with some of those areas. Meanwhile, well, because it's going to take a long time, right? But so basically, they're gonna once the hostilities are over, Ukraine wins. Basically, they're gonna identify different areas that are mined, and they will pollinate those areas with using drones with flowers. And then the idea is that they will install beehives throughout the area and use those areas uh, to collect honey, which I thought is just showcases the ingenuity and resilience of Ukrainian people. While they face these adversities. Um, I thought it was a really neat thing to read about, and I hope um, you know it's not going to last for a very long time. All those areas will be demined, and sooner than later. But another thing that I wanted to mention about the disinformation resource that I found very useful, and I'm still exploring this, but I definitely recommend everybody else in the space to check it out. The website is EU versus Disinfo. It counters basically all of Russia's long-standing talking points. It dives into kind of behind the curtain to shed light on why Russia, not only what Russia says that is disinformation, but also why they saying it, and the goals that they're trying to achieve. I found this by accident, this website, but it seems to be well organized, very current, and it's a very good tool. It's probably not as real time, when we have some of the. I think it was you, Prince, or maybe it was you, Tracy. Sorry, I didn't see who was speaking at the time. Talking about the person uh, who debunks tweets that maybe Russia puts out, but it's still it's a pretty powerful tool. And the last thing, I was just scrolling through some of the latest developments from the Ukrainian military of defense messages, and I noticed really interesting um, post that they made a few hours back, that they ended up destroying these three unique pieces of Russian equipment. One was Su-25, which is close air support plane, and the other one was a very rare tank support um vehicle called Terminator. Russia's been advertising this thing for a very long time, and they've been very careful about getting those things out in the field. And if they are in the field, it's mainly for like a PR campaign to do some, shoot some videos and then post them, and pretend that they're in some kind of glorious fight. But that seems to be another Terminator that's been destroyed. And in addition to that, there was also the TOS-1 Buratino, which is thermobaric, kind of short-range rocket artillery thing. I thought it was kind of neat to see those three specific pieces of equipment to be destroyed relatively recently, which is definitely good news for Ukraine. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine War Update. That's brilliant. I mean, we always, all of us really like to get good sources. And if you could tweet those out or DM those to me and those links, I'm thinking maybe I can put together a tweet or a tweet thread. Also include the information that you gave us as well, Prince, because I think that's also really useful for people. And in what I will also add to it as well, I can give you the website and the Telegram channel for the Centre for Disinformation, and they debunk propaganda and that type of thing. And that's all run by the Ukrainian government. One is called Spravdy. So you can find that quite easily. If you want to type that into your browser, that will come up. I believe off the top of my head, I'll put the tweet together, but I believe off the top of my head it's spravdy.gov.ua, something like that. And the other one, the Centre for Disinformation for National Security, that's from the National Security and Defence Council, so that's part of their department there. So I think that's all really useful. And also maybe it's a good time to point out in terms of the disinformation and what we're talking about and the links to Israel and Russia's basically manipulation on all fronts in the information warfare. Just one of the posts from the GUR. So what they've said is the special services of Russia are conducting a campaign to discredit Ukraine in the Middle East. The aggressor state, Russia, uses the attack of Hamas terrorists on the state of Israel for a large-scale provocation against Ukraine. The main director of intelligence of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine informs that the Russian army has handed over to Hamas terrorists trophy weapons captured during the hostilities, which they said they already knew about anyway, and they have reported on before. Manufactured in the USA and EU states. The next step, according to the plan of the Russians, should be to fake accusations of the Ukrainian military in the alleged sale of the weapons. As part of the disinformation campaign, the fakes should form the basis of a number of revealing publications and investigations in Western media. And for persuasiveness, the Russian Special Service intend to use relevant comments, and this is what I meant about sprinkling a grain of truth in there, relevant comments of the traitor from the Ukrainian Border Service, a senior Lieutenant Ruslan Sirovoy, who recently fled to Moscow. So that's just one example. Many people may already know this. I'm probably to a lot of you preaching to the choir. But for new listeners and for us all, it's all just good to remember these things and keep this information in our memories for, when we need that to be able to come back at somebody, if we feel that we can or we want to. Christopher, I think one may have some interesting comments here, because the cases that I'm going to look at next are regarding cyber incidents that the SBU have uncovered. Have you had a chance to see that at all?
I probably on a cursory level, but I'll comment as I listen to you go forward with it. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Prince, do you have anything that you would like to interject or put in here?
No. I'm just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna because hello, I felt a little bit like what was it? Is it Bugs Bunny? That's all, folks. No. I'm going to put a link from one of the tweets from Spravdi onto into the nest here in a minute, just so that people can find their Twitter account easily also.
That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Prince. When you take over speaking for a bit, I'll start trying putting that thread together for people. Okay, so should we go then and look at these cases now from the SBU, which I think are relevant to the discussion here?
Absolutely. Tell me which one we're going to go to now. Spin the wheel, Alfredo.
So I think probably the first one, as we were talking about the Israel links then, the SBU and the European law enforcement block Iranian heroin smuggling channel to the EU. I think you and I may have spoken about this a few days ago, or I've certainly spoken to somebody about it. Was that you?
I think we might have talked about it very briefly.
So I think it's interesting that they say Iranian. I think they've said that for a reason. What do you think about that?
Oh yes, I mean they can be very subtle when they need to be, but that wasn't very subtle, and I don't think it needed to be. So how's that for that for a very clear answer?
That was exactly my feeling also, because there's not very many drug cases that we see, although we have seen two recently, this one and then one not so long ago, maybe a week, last 10 days, quite recently. You may remember it regarding smuggling cocaine from South America through Odessa again, but obviously for Odessa for obvious reasons. Do you remember that one?
There I'm sitting trying to do 3 things at once, and I thought I hit the right button and I didn't, and I'm talking to a muted mic. But yes, I do. There have been, you know, I don't know why I thought Ukraine was a country without drugs, because that is just really a naive thought, but it didn't occur to me until I started following the SBU cases. And yeah, you know, I guess maybe I'm just so used to hearing about the drugs coming over the southern border for here in the United States. And then I started hearing about it happening in Ukraine, and I was like, oh my goodness, people are like, you know, swallowing drugs there and sneaking over the border, and they're catching them. And yeah, I that was just really, really naive of me. I don't know what I was thinking. But yes, I have been they are working very well with their partners about cleaning this kind of stuff up and catching people. Dave is probably wanting to laugh at me for my being naive. Go on, Dave.
Well, not necessarily, but yeah. Since you brought it up, of course, every society has issues with drugs, and this is also a kind of a fundamental strategy of a lot of Middle Eastern countries. We've seen this with Afghanistan too, where you try to get your opposition addicted to heroin or opium or other very strongly addictive drugs, and that decreases their ability and will to fight. And so it's kind of this subversive operation to decrease Ukraine's ability to mount an offensive or defense. And so it's a common strategy. It's been used. I'm sure. All I have to do is say Iran Contra, and any people of a certain age will also remember, you know, that whole debacle. It's common for drugs and war to go together. So I think this case, it's important to highlight that the SBU is taking these things seriously. I think at this point, when they had they had intercepted this. It was like 16 tons of heroin had been smuggled in. That's quite a bit, isn't it?
I think wasn't it 186 or 168 kilograms, something like that.
Oh, well, I was looking at this. Oh, I guess they were hidden in double bottom boxes. The I guess the boxes themselves, there were 16 tons of these boxes brought in. Okay, not 16 tons of heroin.
Probably wrong, but that's what I thought it was. We best double check, haven't we? Let's have a look. Carry on, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, it was the double bonded. Yeah, 186 kilograms. Not 16 tons of heroin is these double bottom boxes that they were using.
They were trying. They were hiding them. They were hiding them in double bottom boxes containing 16 tons of dates.
Oh, okay.
Holding back the inappropriate.
Wait.
Holding back the really bad joke.
Okay, I misread that. 16 tons. I saw the of and just my brain said to date, like 16 tons to date up to this current time.
16 tons of things that make you go to the loo.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, poo fountain.
So, shall we go through the case then?
Absolutely, Tracy.
Because for everybody else, sorry, listeners, who isn't aware of the details of the case, so the SBU and law enforcement agencies, it's quite detailed, is this? But I do think it's important that we highlight it, and people, I think, will see why. But anybody, if you have anything that you would like to say, please interrupt me when you feel like you would like to, because it is quite long and you may forget what it is that you want to say. We can always go back to the correct part. So the law enforcement from Romania and Germany completed a multi-stage special operation to dismantle a large-scale channel for smuggling hard drugs from Iran to the European Union. As a result of the activities that lasted over a year, and this is why one of the reasons I wanted to highlight it, because we've spoken in the past about the length, how comprehensive the investigations are, and how far some of them go back, particularly in terms of war crimes. So it lasted a year, and the operation not only shut down the channel, but also detained the organiser of the drug trafficking gang in Romania. So the special operation actually began in September 2022, when the SBU and the National Police of Ukraine detained 2 foreign drug dealers in Odessa, and they were trying to transit the 186 kilograms of Iranian heroin that we were just speaking about through to Western Europe via Ukraine. Now, to disguise the narcotics, they hid them in, as Prince Heather just mentioned, double bottom boxes containing 16 tons of dates, which is quite funny in itself. And the value of the seized batch of drugs reached, let's have a look, £11 million in US dollars at black market prices. So at that point, the SBU established that the 2 arrested couriers were part of a large transitional drug gang, and to expose its organiser living in one of the EU states, the SBU carried out additional operational and investigative actions in cooperation with European partners. As a result, the location of the main suspect was identified, his crimes were documented, and he was then apprehended. The investigation, according to the investigation, the man developed the route for smuggling drugs by sea through Odessa port after its blockade due to Russian aggression. He switched to Romanian ports after that and then transported narcotics to Ukraine by land. Currently, an investigation is still underway in Romania against the detained organiser. The SBU investigation served 2 of the couriers detained in Ukraine, suspicion under Article 303, which is smuggling of narcotics. And the court has chosen, obviously, a custody measure, which makes sense because if they're trying to follow like EU laws, like in this country, I don't know about anybody else's, but you can be remanded in custody before you're found guilty if you're considered like a serious threat to society, for example, and I'm sure there's other laws that can do that also. So the SBU conducted the operation jointly with the National Police Department for combating drug crime under procedural supervision